Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you look, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you look, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you look, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side
Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello, gamers. Welcome in. Good to see you all. Thanks for coming to say hi. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you. Who's here? Dahlia, congratulations on getting first. Gamers, nobody's claimed second. I have to tell you, it's still open. Dahlia, congratulations. Well done. Enjoy Lady Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 46. And welcome in. Thank you for the 7. Volts, thank you for the 25 treats. And congratulations on getting second. Dahlia, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. Lake, thank you for the 49 treats. Good to see you. Happy Wednesday. Hi, gamer. Long time no see. Me and Anne were gaming all late morning, early afternoon. Good to see you again. Hi, Coffee. Happy Wednesday. How's your day off going? Hi, Miss Marsha. Welcome back. Oh. Something happened. They're back. Greetings from PC Sweden. Yay, let's go. Glad to see that it's working. Let me call my Clove real quick. Oh, maybe she wants to say hi to her chat. Okay, we'll give it 2 minutes. We'll give it 2 minutes. Welcome in, everyone. Good to see you. I'm gaming with the amazing Clove today. She's also live. We're gonna try VC. She has a Spanish-speaking channel, though. But we were speaking in English, obviously. Let's see where she's at. She's still eating, too. Aww. Yeah, I'm trying to make the most out of this, Blood Moon here. I was gaming all day yesterday. We'll be gaming all day today. I already had my first 3.5 million going. I'm aiming for 10 mil today because tomorrow I have a whole day at the office going to work. And Friday I'm flying to Glasgow. And we're making plans. Oh my god, it's me and Loft. We're making plans. He's taking me out for breakfast, guys. Because I told him I'm gonna need an English breakfast. So he's gonna have to take me. So that's happening. And we're meeting Cal from our comp team, which is an exciting thing to look forward to. So yeah, it's gonna be a very exciting weekend. I don't have a cosplay. I'm a little sad. I didn't have time. And also I'm kind of running out of inspiration of like cool cosplays that I want to do that are like iconic that you just recognize right away, right? So I'm just gonna be me. I do have my Claudette sweater on. I don't know if anybody recognizes this sweater. It's from the Cats and Dogs collection. I can show it to you, honestly. Because it's an actual sweater. Look. Oh, you can't really see. Look, you can see little green sweater with the dog. Look, it's this. It's the same. I have it. That's cool. Thank you. I like it. Hello. How are you? Yeah? Good. Yeah. I'm fine too. You were still eating, I heard. Sorry to interrupt. Yes.
That no way.
Yes, I heard it. A little bit of Spanish.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm eating.
Yeah, take your time.
I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, by the way.
No, you're absolutely fine. I know that the way that the Dutch schedule is from like eating and taking breaks is not the same as in Spain, and I've kind of adjusted my stream schedule to fit my, eating habits and stuff.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean I can expect that from others as well. It's totally fine. I'm just so excited we managed to get a date in to play together.
Yeah, we waited for this so much.
I
though.
know.
We actually did, though. Oh my god, everyone's putting offering. Oh my god. This does not happen so often.
Yeah, you see it a little bit more during events. I think we're on normal queue, by the way, because I'd hate looking for the blood gens. And I think it's more points on normal. Because you get 0 objective for doing a blood gen.
Yeah,
So we've just been on normal.
yeah, true. What time do you usually eat? Like, what? Like my usually time for eating is
Yeah.
like right now.
Yeah.
What's yours?
So the
1
Dutch
p.m., 12
yeah,
p.m.
12, yeah, the Dutch
AM,
standard
actually.
12, yeah, 12:30 maybe, but usually around 12 is when people have lunch.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then dinner at 5:30, and then that's it. I love
That's
when I
probably
go
I just
to
wake up.
yeah. I love though
Yeah.
when I go to Spain, when you go out like late, like you can sit in the if it's nice weather, like 10 p.m. It's like everybody sitting outside in the street eating, like so nice.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mori
Because
Morana underscore.
thank you so much for the
your
follow.
channel.
Welcome and good to see
waitress,
you.
And here comes a lot of people from Netherlands.
Yes, I bet.
And they come really early to the restaurant, like really early.
Yes. Yeah, it's a very Dutch thing to eat like early, I suppose, yeah. Thank you so much for games yesterday. It was really lovely to meet you, Mori. Hope you're doing well. I am. Thank you so much for the follow. I
no.
appreciate your support for the
Crazy
channel.
Python,
Welcome in.
Crazy Python
And thanks so
Bunny.
much for having us yesterday. It was quite random. I didn't realize you were streaming as well. And I was kind of like, hey, can we keep gaming? And I'm like, oh, she's live. Maybe I shouldn't be so forward, but
Gracias,
it was
Inchimai.
so nice to game with
wait.
you.
I think I got
Um,
off the keybind from muting me. Wait,
And
I
thank you
might be
so much
delusional.
for hanging out, and good luck on your stream and your games as well. Thank you for the lurk. I see your messages, guys. I'm just trying to manage also talking to Clove. Coffee, I see your message. Needed to work. They had scheduled me for today even though I hadn't signed up. Wow, that is so unlucky. Well, I hope you get to enjoy the afternoon of nice weather though, because it's really lovely. I can't believe it's 20 degrees today. I know. It's such lovely weather. Can I get these points? Yes. Beautiful.
Cute shirt, by the way.
Sorry, what?
Cute shirt.
Yes. Really good. I'm
Nah,
running
you
out
have
of...
like a really nice fit, by the way. That's
Oh.
I've never seen that.
Really? Oh, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't have anything else that goes with this, by the way. It's this or nothing. So it worked.
You're like preparing for summer, no?
Yes, 100%.
Oh my God.
Nah, thank you. The games are really fun. I appreciate you guys being there. Yeah, I thought it was really good games. And like I said, like you were saying, like, yeah, you know, maybe you don't have a lot of hours yet or you're still learning.
I want
But
to
you
be
know what?
111.
Sometimes-
I'm on my way. It's
Sometimes,
being rough.
yeah, I mean, the Blood Moon is good for points, especially if you're stacking. But otherwise, it's hard to stay motivated, I find, to go from a low prestige all the way to P100.
Yeah.
Hi, Likan and Hiri. You played
I
against
want
you
to
today?
finish
Yes, you were the
Fenrir and
I'm going to
Which is
assume
called
here you're a
11. I have
Scandinavian
been like,
killer from
89, I
the
think,
art. Were you
so,
the artist on our
it's not that hard.
on the new map? Because I think one of my teammates, we were 4-man. You played really well. You played really well. Like we're a very how do you say? We're a team that plays together a lot. So we kind of like, it's a little bit easy to coordinate for us. We were on comms, but you're really good at artists. Like, you played really well. And thank you so much for coming to say hi. I hope the rest of your games goes well, and I hope the Blood Moon treats you
Oh my
well as
God,
well.
hello.
Good points. Yeah, sorry, Mori Murana.
Oh.
What I was saying is, like you were saying, like maybe you're not as experienced, but you know what? Sometimes a play style, like a certain awareness of the game and how you like to play, just fits really well with the other players. And that's why I was saying, like, I really enjoyed playing with you, because the way you play the game, the way you are aware of your surroundings, when you need to be on a gen, when you need to go for a save, it just clicked and connected. And that's I think, for me anyway, that's why it was such a successful gaming day. Where are we hooking? What's happening? Okay, we're 99 in gates.
Guys, I might be dead.
Yeah, it's not looking good, and also I think the gates are 99. Like, why we...
I think I have. I mean,
Claudette's here. She's
it's
calm.
not the closest. But
I made a mistake. I didn't know he was already there.
it's fine. They're both here.
Appreciate the kind words. Always trying my best and still figuring things out, but it was a lot of fun for sure. The Blood Moon event itself just been rough in general. Yes. Yeah, but like I said, if you ask me, come on. I mean, guys, somebody has to go in when he swings. Come on. Okay, now it's a trade.
Oh my
That's
God,
fine.
Saber is dead. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Okay, let's kill. Let's kill.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Yeah, go around. Nice. That's it. But it's 99.
Good,
That's the
beautiful.
problem.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't open. Oh. They're behind you from
I
the
don't know where
right. Yeah,
Sable is.
yeah,
I
to
don't
the other
know
door
where
gate,
she
the other
is.
gate, the other gate. She's fine. Because the other gate's 99 as well. Oh, dead art.
Nice.
GG.
GG. I mean, it's my first match of the day,
Yeah,
and it went pretty good, no?
yeah, good chase. You keeping them busy that first chase. That's won us the game because the girls were on gens. That's good.
Hell yeah. It's been a long time since I don't stream, so I'm kinda
Rusty a
I don't
little
know.
bit.
Yeah, I don't know where is the things. Like, I'm so slow right now. Oh my God.
She did great. Clove is cracked, guys. She's a comp player. She knows what she's doing. She was on Team Spain for the Women's World Cup. For the Champions of the Fog tournament that I played in as well. When we were facing UK and Finland. Spain was facing France and Germany ended up taking 4th place. Finland ended up taking 2nd place in that World Cup. So Clove is the captain of the Spanish team. And I met her through the DVD creator program. We kind of it must have been December when she posted an ad in the creator Discord to that she wanted to connect with other gamers. I replied to that. We picked a date and we kind of just started chatting, gaming, and we connected so well. And yeah, we've been friends since. We get some games in some time, and this is our first time that we're doing a collab streaming. But yeah, we get along very well. She's correct at the game. I love to play with Clove. I don't know, hunters on this map. Fabio, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you're well. It's always rusty the first 10 first games you need warm up. I mean, I don't know where any gen is. I know I'm not supposed to be doing this one, but I'm not going to care about that. And I'm going to do it anyway. Jill, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the 57. And Granny, good morning. Good to see you. Thank you for the 37 treats. I hope you're well. I saw you online yesterday, Granny. We were contemplating inviting you, but I don't know if we were playing with someone. Did you have good games? It were funny games? Oh, good. Were you on Survivor? Oh, you had a full lobby? Okay, yeah, perfect. Oh, nice, Granny, nice. Good to hear. I can't believe Clove managed to do that gen completely undisturbed. Good morning, Jill. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
I don't know if she can actually hit through here. I don't know why she's vaulting. I'm terrified.
Oh my god. Is this on you, no?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Pulling this guy.
Oh.
Oh my god. You got juiced.
Yes. Absolutely rolled. This is agitation, by the way. Wrong
Okay.
basement.
Oh my god. I mean, we have really good gen progress. by the
Yes, for real.
way.
I
It's
could. I
kind
was
of
saying,
one
like, it's insane how you pretty much jumped on that gen in the beginning and you just finished it completely undisturbed.
gen- yeah.
Just sat there and did the gen.
Who? On mute? I don't think she will come in this, by the way, but I don't know, maybe. Nah, she just kicked. But she's not camping, so.
No,
it's
she's on
completely-
80
Oh
ping.
my god, hello! Okay. Fine, okay. Oh my god, I don't even knew where she was coming from. She's going back, going back.
And oh, that's unlucky because oh, I body block. No, I'm body blocking nothing.
Nice body block.
Yeah. She knows. She nodded at me.
She might come to this jam and kick it and chase.
I'm with
Um,
Nancy. Mid, top mid. I think she's here. Yes.
Okay. Let me put her in this. Oh,
Thank you for the lurk. We'll be lurking for a bit. Need to get ready for work. Also love your hair. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for stopping by and for the follow. I don't know when your work shift is, but I hope it goes quick. And that it's a good shift. How does she know everything?
maybe Darkest Reveal. Or,
Yeah, she has
or
some aura
something
reading
like
for.
that. Yeah. Oh my gen, oh my gen.
Sorry.
No, 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 it's completely fine. Oh my god.
Let me heal with these guys.
Oh my gosh, system 1 in. Oh my god.
Oh. Anytime, hope your games and stream goes well. It's a late shift and I won't be on till 10 p.m., but that's fine. Okay, good luck, good luck.
Away, but
Also, I forget what Mochi called you because she didn't call you by your Twitch
stayed
name.
on the gen. Where are you?
Oh, I'm in Chase on the other side of that wall. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I almost made it to the God Pellet too. I'm fine to call you Mori or Morana, by the way, but I remember Mochi was referring to you, your first name. Call me Thingy. Alright. Anything goes, I just want to make sure. She dead hard at that. The hatchets. The second hatchets. That's crazy.
I have a plot twist on the S. Maybe. Oh my god.
Oh!
I'm plot twisting.
I see you. I'm right here.
Oh yeah. Hello.
Oh,
Maybe
Adam's
she
going
comes
up.
because he has aura things.
Maybe she's
Yeah.
chasing the
oh
Adam.
my god. Oh
and
my
maybe,
god. Wait.
Yeah, she's
okay.
chasing the Adam. I
It's
think
fine.
maybe
I have DS. I have DS.
that is huge. I think it was unlucky. I think the Adam was just going there in chase.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You were right there.
Where is she? I think she left us. I don't know. No, she did not. Oh my god. Okay.
We could maybe finish this.
Yeah, do that. Let's go. I'm going for the gate.
Yep. Hi Minu, welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday.
Open 7 right now.
Adam is close.
Yeah, maybe she.
Yeah, he is kind of like 7 area. Oh, he's stuck in the room maybe. Oh, he's on a pallet though. Oh,
No, he's not. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's not on a pilot, by the way.
oh, I see now. He was close to the pallet though. I have Wiglif.
Nice. You maybe have time. Yeah, you do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shit. She just knows everything.
I'll try heal with blood boost.
Oh! Nancy pelleted her from behind.
Oh my god.
I am getting away with it because of that. That is insane gaming. That is insane gaming.
Hell no.
Did you guys see that? She went through the pallets and Nancy came from behind to pellet stun her and I was able to get out.
Nice. Huge. Oh my god.
That was an insane stun. Like, imagine going behind the killer like that.
Mike.
What are you up to today, Minu? Hey, yo! Nancy, I've clipped that. I'm making that a TikTok. That pallet stun that got us a 4-man out. That was W. What an amazing play. GG, well done. I hope the Blood Moon treats you well. I hope you're getting good points and good games, and I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much. Glad I helped. That was really cool. Especially, I love it when you're like a random player, like you don't know the person, and you just go out of your way to go and help a person escape. Nah, I love to see it. That was really good. What a move. You're studying a lot, Minu? Okay. Do you have any tests coming up? Of course, anything for the team. Nah, that's huge. GG's. GG, well played. Right, I remember, Minu. Yes, you were studying and you were missing a lot of the Blood Moon. I remember. It's the stage week. Yes, I remember. I hope it's going well, though, and I appreciate you coming to say hi again. Pretty, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 57. Happy Wednesday. How are you? I assume you're off work. Are you doing anything fun in the afternoon, or are you gaming? You play like 3 to 4 games in the evening when I'm done, so I have to some BP. Good, good, good. You can get a million blood points for an hour if it's good games. That's good, Minu. That's good. And also it feels like you're staying in touch with the game, you know? But yeah, I can understand with weeks like this, like the ones you're having, that it's a lot to handle. I only have 2 days to game this week as well. So I'm on today all day. I was on yesterday. I got 10 prestiges on Talita yesterday from gaming all day. Tomorrow I have to go to the office. I leave the house at around like 7 a.m. And I have to work in the office all day, so I'm home by 6 p.m. And Friday, 6 a.m., I am going to the airport because I'm going to HorrorCon in Glasgow. So, yeah, I'm not bringing my gaming laptop. We have the con to go to on Saturday all day. So, I won't be gaming until DS, until Sunday evening. But I have tournaments. We're playing, the Netherlands is facing Eastern Europe, so we are doing the Altruism League Fem World Cup tourney. That is on Sunday at 6 p.m. Central Eastern time. Central Eastern European time. So that's not to grind for blood points. And then we have 4 days left of the event. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I won't be getting any gaming on Thursday again because I have to go to the office. So yeah, you're good. Wonderful, Pretty. I'm glad to hear it. This map just get foggier as I'm like in it? Is she going? Well, I think yeah, I'm
What's happening?
yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of gonna try and get them.
Oh my god, Bender's a legend.
I don't make it. I'm sick.
Oh my god.
Unlucky.
Oh my god. Yeah, he saw me. I don't think I can make this.
I gave myself 1 game per chapter you complete. Yeah. That's a good way though. Like you have your focus time, and then your relaxed time, and then your focus time. Oh, fools! It was not good. It was not good. She's given up.
Yeah. I don't have we're gonna leave.
It's okay. It's okay.
Tragic.
Yeah, it's.
Oh my god. I fucked up.
Well, it's good that she fell over from mending.
Yeah. Oh my god, this went really bad, no?
Yeah, it really did. We had such a good start because we got 1 gen pop for the first chase, and then from that, even with the DS play from Dwight, it kind of got out of control. I don't know.
Yeah.
You'll be on Tuesday? Isn't that your streaming day, Granny? I'm expecting you to be
Okay,
on
I'm
Tuesday.
going with We're Gonna Live Forever this time.
Amazing. You just always get value, I feel.
Yeah. Hills, yeah.
Hi, Only. Welcome in. How are you? How's your Wednesday going? Amazing weather today. I'm touching grass. Good, Only. Good. It's amazing weather here as well. Only, do you think I can get a Parmo in Glasgow when I'm there for the HorrorCon? Or is that not a Scottish thing? Everyone can be happy for 1 day with the weather? Yes. No complaints about the weather. I'm flying to Glasgow on Friday only. For HorrorCon.
Okay. Not my favorite map, but
I know.
oh my god.
Nurse with Corrupt. I know Nurse with Corrupt. She's at main. You don't know. Scotland's not known for Parmos, but it's north. I think they should have Parmos. Yeah, I think it's over for him, honestly. Oh, she's here.
It's not the best map for Nurse. By
That's
the way.
true. Yeah, because of the clutter.
And she does
Oh,
not
she's gonna
seem
go
the
nowhere to
best
hide, is
nurse.
she? No. Bet that she's got nowhere to hide. Kicking the gen.
She does not seem the best nurse in the world, by the way.
No, she's struggling. Loft, are you still here? You chilling? Are you gaming? Fabio, are you still here? I have a question.
Aji.
Oh my god, Em! Hi, good morning! How are you? How are your studies going? Speaking of studies, we were talking about studying earlier. Yeah. Edgy. Edgy is really
Yeah.
good for getting last stand. Oh, she's coming back to this one. She didn't swing. You're good. It's been so long. It has. You've been sleeping in and missing so many streams. I mean, you're getting your rest. That's good. Keep your sanity. He had Sabo breakout, but he failed to get it.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is going so bad.
Yes, it's not
What
going
is
well. I
happening?
know.
On me. Oh my god, what a blink. Oh my god. I'm so dead.
You don't have studies anymore. Hoping to go back to school sometime and be a grad student. Oh, okay. So are you like working in between? Or are you just chilling? It's nice though that you're done with the studies. Okay. You just had 1 year with your clients. Yeah. Oh, really? 1 year anniversary? That does go by so
Anyways,
fast.
we're warming up. That's the
Yes.
thing.
I had Volts in my chat saying earlier that warm up is at least 10 games.
Yeah.
And that Blight game didn't count, so. It's summer, Jill. It's temporary summer because surely we'll be getting like snow in like a day or what, 7? Surely. But it's beautiful. It was wonderful being at the horses. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. It's early summer. She's in front of the hook. Still following the Felix. Oh. Lock or juke. Love to see it.
Oh my god. This guy has fast track or something.
Oh, it was
The
Vittorio.
charges on the gen is like almost a high.
Ah.
It's crazy.
Brand new part fast track. Love to see it.
Yeah.
I'll have to send you pictures next week, but I adopted a dog. Yes, and we want to see this dog. You only have the photos from the adoption page. What is their name? Don't have nurses. Oh, she has nowhere to hide. Fuck. I forgot. She doesn't? Wait, what? I'll have to close your curtains more. Yes, because the sun is gonna be too... Eruption. The sun is gonna be too much, Jill. You can't see your screens. It's gonna be too hot. It's in the same room as your PC. The name is gonna be Goober. I love that. They're gonna be your Goober. I do want to see pics.
He still got the vendors of this guy.
Oh, I forget that she safety blinks.
No way. You died.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a good round for me.
Not for me.
Again, we started off like quite good or like quite strong in the beginning, and then it all went to shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe this is 4K2, I guess. Might be.
Yeah, it looks like it. She finds the Vittorio here. Unlucky.
Yeah, Victorious dead. Mini's not done, but not the safest.
There was 2 gens by Shek still. Shek on the. Oh my god, the Sebo.
Maybe we can get this, but
It's breakout.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Okay. She drops. She's upset. He dies.
we're gonna be... Oh my god. Wait. Oh. Okay.
She takes him
She's
out.
kicking.
Yeah. Oh, that's the agitation. She almost had you.
Yeah.
You have a strong feeling as a lab shepherd mix. You're gonna do a lot of walking together. Do you live in a nice area where you can walk your dog? Like you have a park nearby or something. I can send the picture I have later. Yes, I want to see.
Oh my god.
He's raiding basement. Yeah, they have Bada
Oh my
Bing,
god.
Fast Track, Troubleshooter. No, it's not Troubleshooter. It's the chest one, where you get tokens and then you refill your toolbox
Oh.
or something. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys were on the gen rush.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah.
Does this map show hatch? Oh, he found it. Hey yo, let's go.
Nice.
Yeah. Scavenger is what it's called. Where you get tokens to refill your toolbox. You live near a bunch of neighborhoods and camps, so there's plenty of places to go. Ah, nice. That's going to be so much fun. I think their energy will be plus because we're going to try and train him to be a service animal. He'd definitely be able to keep up with going to places too.
Me acuerdo
Yes.
de la contraseña de la
Perfect.
bolsa, me estoy volviendo loca.
Perfect.
¿Cuál es la contraseña? Vale. La tengo, creo.
If you hear Clove speak in Spanish, she is a Spanish-speaking channel. She forgot to mute herself. But we like the singing. I don't think Last Stand is the way to go. What's a good perk, guys? MFT. I don't know.
Ay, no lo encuentro, qué rabia.
Is that the extent of your knowledge of the Spanish language, Jill? Very good. It's very good. It's good language. Wash your hands. That's good advice. Honestly.
Hello, hello, hello. 2 tweets, said one on chat.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It is more than Donde está la biblioteca, really, for real. For real.
Tu, 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 tu. Okay.
Wait,
Let's
there's
go.
no Jen here. What do you mean?
I wrote, I just read it someone on your chat saying lávate las manos
Yes.
and ¿dónde está la biblioteca? Oh my God,
Yes.
bro. That's crazy.
We heard you speak some Spanish, so I was explaining
Oh,
that you have a
sorry,
Spanish-speaking
I'm
channel.
kinda-
No, that's...
I'm sometimes I
fine.
forgot to mute
Yes,
my mic.
and
Oh
that's
my
why I
God,
was
that's-
just explaining. So
Yeah.
then we were like talking like, okay, so who knows Spanish? And then Jill started to
Oh my god.
give some standard sentences that they know. You had Spanish class in high school. You picked up some good things, I can tell.
Lávate las manos is a very good
It's
one.
good advice, right?
Yeah. I mean, I can teach you some Spanish, guys, if you need to.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. ¿Dónde está la Trigen?
Oh my god. That's more like ¿Dónde está el?
El.
Pigeon? It's like, yeah.
We have
It's
to say
like,
el, silly.
A guy.
Yes, okay.
In Spanish,
Gens?
it's la for hairs.
Yes.
and yeah,
L
it's,
for
kinda
male.
weird.
It's
yeah.
what is that? A spirit? Yeah. At main. He will remember. He's got really good memory. L. Not L.
What? What is? I didn't listen.
So the letter L, right? Like you have W and you have L. So he's confusing it with
Yeah, it's
L.
E and
But
L.
yes, I put it in
EL.
chats.
Like L when 11 L, you
Yes.
know that L.
Don't teach me too much. Duolingo already treating me. Threatening you or Bro, you barely speak English. You have no right trying to speak Spanish.
Oh my god.
That was paying rest, by the way.
Welcome.
Pretty, thank you so much for the 45 stream streak. Let's go.
It's a
Thank you.
spirit, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Mid map. I can go pool. I'm right next to main. Third! Fur, you're gonna have to speak Spanish with Clove. Fur's here. Fur's here. They're Latin American. So they can speak some Spanish. Danger, danger. You know the important stuff. Oh no. Ah ha 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 ha. Oli, ¿dónde estoy? Yeah, ¿dónde estoy? It's very important. Hands up right now and count to 10 in a Spanish type way. Is it that bad? Is he? He's stealing my gen. Hi, Tier. Welcome in. Ayo, GG's. I'm getting hatched last game. You guys are juicing. Were you a duo? Sorry, I was throwing that game so hard. Podemos hablar español. No tengo problema. Okay. I mean, we were too strong.
Yeah, I think
P100
Vittorio ended him.
spirits. Stabeful
Vittorio ended
spirits.
it.
Yeah.
really?
Podemos hablar español, no tengo problema. So we have Fur now. Fur is from South America. So we have Spanish speaking.
Nice.
Yes,
Oh my
in
God.
chat
You
now.
said it really good, by the way.
I try.
I mean, it was really good. I really thought you'd say that, like you
Yeah.
weren't reading it.
Okay, I was reading it, but yes.
Oh my God.
Fur, how are you? ¿Es de Mexico? No de España. Good games in here today. Yeah, we started off really good, cheer, and then it got really rough. We had a P100 Blight 5k. No, it was 4k4 just before we joined the game with you, which was the nurse game. And yeah, I was struggling. I was definitely struggling that game. But we're pulling it back. We've made a Spirit DC just now. We're pulling it back. I hope the Blood Moon is treating you well. I hope you're getting good points. I enjoyed your build. That's something I'm gonna have to try. A Gen Rush build. Very, very good. Didn't even find you in our game. Imagine. Yeah, I was kind of like in the same area, but to the side of Shack. It was... I don't want to talk about it. It was not good. But we were glad you got Hedge. You're good. You didn't sleep all night studying and dissociating. Okay, well, studying is good, but get some rest also, Fur. Look after yourself. España me gusta. Dile que soy da... Ah. So...
Okay, let's go.
I have to say... It's a pig. But I have to say... They are from Argentina. Soy de Argentina. Es de Argentina, ¿no?
She saw me. She might follow me. Yeah, on me, water tower.
Okay, I'm going main, I think, because corrupt here. Oh, maybe just Gallows. Gallows is free.
Hello. Okay, this is Michaela. She's with me. Oh, wait, Michaela. Oh, she's almost getting... Oh my... What? What?
Oppression?
Okay. She's going...
When I was in America, the only word in Spanish I remember was mira. Yeah, look. Look. Mira. Mira, look. Because when I played football, I heard it was mira, mira, mira. Yes, look. I'm not allowed to say in Twitch chat. Alright, yeah, don't say it. You have to say El. El es de Argentina. Okay. Mira. My little, my brother's son. My brother has a Chilean wife, right? And their son, he says mira all the time. Because he wants us to see what he's doing. Like he's jumping somewhere or he is... seeing an animal, he's always like, mira, mira. He wants us to look at him. Yeah, very cute. Your Spanish, it's good. I mean, it's been a while. I wish I was better at it. I wish I was more fluent after all the exposure I've had to it, like studying a bit of Spanish. I had some private lessons at one point that I took to get better at Spanish. I have, like I said, Spanish-speaking family. I wish I was better at it. Are you in chase, sir? What's happening?
She's on my gen, on me right now. She's like camping the gen.
Oh,
I don't know what
good,
she's
good,
doing.
good.
Like she's hiding.
Oh,
She's hiding behind the wall.
okay.
don't
She's going
know.
for this secret ambush attack. She's in the middle of the street now.
Yeah.
Main gets done here as well, I think.
Okay.
If you expose yourself to it every day, you'll easily get there. Yeah, I wish I could stay... No, I don't wish that. Like, if you go abroad and you pick it up real quick, it's just... Hablar en español me da vergüenza. I get, like, shy. I feel... What? Like, people are looking at me, you know? Mira, mira, mira. As universal as Hispanic culture, I think we all say it. You say it as well? Mira. Yeah, that makes sense. As long as he doesn't call you abuela. Yes. My mom is abuela. Arriba, arriba, ándale. Ándale. Hey, I am La Tia Maika. The Auntie Maika. Yeah, you meant like as long as he doesn't call me abuela. That's good. You watched Encanto 1 too many times. Hi, Mr. Fox. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Enjoy Deli Doggo treat. Thank you for the 4 treats. And thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Gamers, we're gonna have to run an ad break real soon. Sealy, you're on your PC, right? Could you snooze the ads? Or are you on mobile? I think we need more time. Thank you. Always better than 6, 7 too many times. Why shy? We all have to start at some point before our road. Like, how is you with that? You can imagine how I talk. Yes.
Going to Eugene, going to Eugene, going to Eugene. Run.
Check's gone. No regrets.
That's fine.
She's still
Continue.
chasing me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very unlucky. Oh. Why wouldn't you mind getting this? Oops. One snooze left. Loft, do you think we can get a Parmo in Scotland? Probably not, right? It's too far north. They don't do Parmos in Scotland. Power struggle. Man. Hope you all have a great day. I need to do some cleaning, so I'll mostly be listening to stream. Thank you, Mr. Fox, and good luck with all the cleaning, getting everything done. By the way, I casually did a wig lift pickup into a CJ Tech on the Nemi the other day. That was funny. That sounds like it was funny. Your internet out again? Oh no, Loft. I very much doubt it. But we can try. Okay, we're gonna have to ask. Oh.
Run, run, run. I mean, if we pop this... Okay, nice. If we pop this, like, she's going to kill you, like, with the hat, not letting you get it
Yeah,
out.
I don't think. Oh, I have a problem.
No, 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 you're not, you're not.
I mean, I still have a problem, but...
Yeah, you still have it. I don't think we put Shack offering. No, we did not.
Maybe she doesn't
lost
see
you?
me. Yes, she
Yeah,
does.
she lost you.
Okay,
She
I'm
lost
on
you.
a I'm on a
main,
box.
main.
I'm on a box.
She's on main. I don't know where she is now. She was on main, kicking Jen.
She's going towards
Yeah. Steve.
check
Let's.
basically.
You should
I'm
try
at
getting
3.
your hat off.
Yeah, I'm gonna do another box at 4.
Yeah, I'm getting this 99. No. Oh
I
my
mean,
God,
I have
she
only
popped
2
it.
boxes. I only have 2 boxes left. There's one at
Go.
main. Okay, this hook wastes time.
Oh, basement. Okay. It's fine.
You what, Zaka? You're used to the accent? I love Clove's accent. It's so nice. I need 4. I'm gonna guess that I can do the box in the street here.
Yeah. You can. She's camping it. So. Go for it. Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
She opened there.
Yeah.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God, I don't know why I'm here.
I don't
Wait.
know. I don't know.
Okay.
No! No!
Bye. Goodbye forever. Oh my God. I just took the hit and
Yeah,
went
you went in. I was
straight
like,
up. I don't
okay,
know
this is
why
an
I
interesting
did that,
strategy.
but- Yeah, I mean, okay, I did that.
Nah, you're just showing
um,
off at this point, Clove. I see how it is.
Oh my God. And the thing is that I said, what am I doing here?
Yes.
I was not even in the cooking. Like, I'm so dumb. What am I doing?
I don't know where Steve is. He's healing, maybe.
Oh my God.
Nah, he's injured. Edge map. Hedge is closed.
Oh my God.
Or is it a spectator bug? W main play. If she's just sitting there in the gate.
Oh my
That
God.
arcs! Oh,
There's
you almost
no
made
way.
it. That
There's
is
no
so
way.
close.
Oh my God. That's so sad.
Yeah. Oh, it was Mary's letter. Amanda's letter. That stuff's free. Okay, we're gonna run a quick
Oh
ad
my
break,
God.
gamers. We're doing it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. One more game, then I have to spend my points.
Okay,
I feel
I'm
so cold.
P80 right now.
Oh my god, you're so close. P80 already?
Hell yeah.
That's so good. I'm almost at 5 mil. I'm trying to get Dwight P50 today. So with these 5 mil, he'll be 45.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna keep gaming, and maybe I can get another 5 mil before bed, and then he's P50.
Nice.
Yes. You had a very grumpy Myers yesterday. Gave you anti-camp. Did he more you though out of the anti-camp, or were you just hanging on the hook? If you don't know what you're doing, how should the killer know? That is true though, Seely. They can't predict what you don't know yourself, right?
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Trickster.
Trickster. Well. He's downstairs, I think.
Mm.
Yeah, it's me now.
Okay. Grim.
He's undetectable, by the way.
Oh. That's a new thing. I had tricksters today before that were undetectable. It was very scary.
Yeah, I think it's Vecna's.
Yeah,
the
secrets. The
secret
secrets.
project.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
and
for the
that
unlock
add-on,
here.
the 81, which blocks a gen. So.
Oh, she's back here,
Another
and she's
value.
in main event. We may have. Oh no, we're not getting away with it. We're actually not. No, I'm actually in. How long is this main event, y'all?
Yeah,
Holy
the
hell.
main event is really long.
I was around the
It's crazy.
corner. Look at that. That's not an angle, yo. Undetectable's meta now? Yeah, for real.
She's coming to this pickup, bro. What's this not?
She's picking me.
Okay, nice.
There was a 3-minute commercial, but I spent 3 minutes dissociating. Take it or leave it. You played against an eye yesterday with Undetectable and Larius, and the randoms were so scared they waited till someone was in shade before touching gens. Oh my god, that's so frustrating.
Oh, she's in TRS. Taking gen and going back home.
This is a 3-way boom.
Going back, careful.
Okay. Yeah, she's here. It's Boon, Breakable,
Grim.
Shadow Step,
No,
Circle of
it's,
Healing.
oh wait, yeah, and that add-on, yeah, it's what I said. When it starts main event, it blocks every gen for 5 seconds or whatever. I think.
Yeah. You got a 4-man out, And he got one hook stage, by the way, and he wasn't even bad, but he chased me all game because everyone else was hiding. I mean, elk nadeel heb zijn voordeel? Jill? What do you think?
Oh my god, I heard Lara's breathing and I just got
Freaked out. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. I think I can pull.
Yeah, she's with me.
Okay.
Oh. Everything just hits.
So lucky.
Reloading. Reloading.
Let me see if she chases me.
Nope.
That's greedy. No, she's not. Mm.
You got nervous like playing a Ghostface or Mice, and I hate that. Yeah, I hate that. You guys know I hate that.
Following my scratch marks. Not anymore.
It's a good skin, isn't it, Fur? It's so good.
No.
Yeah, the Mori is very cool too, I agree.
Oh my god, what's the range of this thing? Oh my gosh. Come. Here's healing,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Big range. But Shadow Step also lingers.
Oh my god.
Oh, she tried to go for the unhook.
Yeah. She might die.
She's running
No,
into
she's
you.
not. Yeah.
She's
Fine.
staying
She
around the basement, I think.
Yeah, that's not good.
She kicked the gen.
Oh my god. Hello.
Is she chasing you a little bit? Because I can go in now.
I
I mean,
might
I might die
be
for
dead.
it, but I can go in.
Oh, I'm not. Oh my god.
Oh, she's
She's going
she
back.
came back. Yeah.
No.
No.
Is she? No.
No.
She's a miss. She's a
Yeah,
miss.
yeah. I get the.
Yeah.
This is a heal.
Oh my god. How long does this
Yeah,
take
it's
to go
forever.
away? Oh my god.
It takes forever.
Yeah, oh my god. Just got main event again. It's crazy, no?
Yeah.
On Feng.
Yeah. It's 42nd Grim, I think.
Yeah, she's bottom. Hello.
Hello. Okay, she's on the Lara. Nice.
We are cooked.
Yeah. This shit has no progress yet. Micah, do you have a DS server? I've been here a year and I still don't know. Do you mean like a Discord server? I have a Discord. Exclamation mark Discord. If that's what you...
Oh my god, hello. Hello, miss.
meant.
Oh my god, I got cooked. For real.
I had no idea she was that close.
Just kicking Jen.
Oh, okay, I got the coal
cooking
here.
me. Yeah.
Thank you, Em.
Reloading on me. Cooking me.
Okay, reset. I hear her. She's right on the other side of that wall. She saw me! Oh no. This is not a good loop.
Oh no.
It's all straight lines. I can't dodge anything. Oh! Man.
No.
Look in here. Ah, that is so unlucky.
It does not make any sound, like any
No,
red sound when
nothing.
breaking or whatever. Oh god.
Nah, well played. Oh, well, Lara wanna go next. You weren't in the Discord? I mean, we found each other on the streams. This is for you, Fur. Tell me you love me. Yeah, the closet. Oh, 5 mil. Hold on. Five BPS. Love to see it. 1500 left. Wait, isn't the brown offering 1500? Yes! Or is it 25? No, it's 25. It's 2000. There's no offering for... There's no... I don't think I can spend my blood points. 2000. Unlucky. I thought I was going back to exactly 0 blood points again. It was not to be. Lake, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the dance. I mean, welcome back. Because I already saw you redeem your doggo treat earlier. How's your Wednesday going? Yes, make some mate. You deserve it. Impossible. I heard you say it.
Wait, I was muted. No.
Yeah, no, just the last
You're watching my
sentence. No, just the last sentence. Just the last sentence.
Oh my god.
You were muted for the biggest part of it, and then I heard you say impossible, and then I read your chat and it said impossible. I'm like, oh.
God damn.
Granny, thank you for the alert refresh. I mean, it's 18 degrees. It's kind of cold. Nah, the weather is so nice. It's 20 here as well. It's just so nice. I need to change how I'm made for this. I'm getting no value. Sloppy Butcher. Hi Ezra, welcome in. How
think
are
we
you?
finished this.
Happy
He
Wednesday.
does not install con
No,
Painrest.
he's using. Oh,
Almost.
it was pain.
Painrest,
Yeah,
by
it
the
was
way.
pain rest. Yeah.
It was Painrest, by the way. Oh my god. You got lucky.
I'm talking to some friends that we've reached the stage where you use the bathrooms and pull your pants down to your knees because they get cold and hard. I heard afterwards. It's warm though. For Dutch standards, this weather is just so nice. And everybody is just surprised so much of how nice the weather is. How's the weather in Canada today, Azrai? Are you getting some Blood Moon gaming in? How is your prestiging coming along? It's good points now. A few days ago, the high was 36 and the lowest was 24. Oh. Yeah, okay, then 18 is kind of chilly. In that case... Send him through the window, boys. Love to see it. Oh, I'm gonna die. That's unlucky. Thank you. I may have sent him through a window.
Let's go, let's go.
I don't make that. So close.
This is pain rest. But
Yeah.
oh, it was
Oh,
not. It was not.
It
was
wasn't.
not.
We finished 2 gens here. We have a gen at where his hook is. I mean, it was 50, but
Okay.
the weather changes quickly, and I caught the flu because of that. I remember you were mentioning that because of the weather change. Yeah, it's been crazy here as well. It's going from like me taking my like warmest winter jacket, to like
Going back hook.
wearing like a
He's
cardigan.
doing this. He can pull this, I think. He's main right now. I
Yeah,
guess.
he's at the other side of main. Sees me. Oh, I run into bamboo, as I do. Wow, I went inside a wall.
I can hit tank you.
I don't make it. Oh, took a hit. Hello. Oh,
Hello. It's fine.
he's around. Oh my
Oh
god,
my
the
God.
swings.
Where's he going?
I don't know. Oh my god,
I
thank
don't.
you.
Oh, I get hit. That's.
Oh, that was unlucky.
Yeah. Oh my god. I made him bolt that window.
That's the second time this game that he vaulted a window.
Oh my god.
It's spring here, Fur. It's spring. Oh my god, he got slammed into that rock.
Oh my god.
I think he's gonna check the gens at main, right?
Yes, could be. Okay. He's camping, by the way.
Yeah, he is. Let's see.
I don't think I have time for.
I'm going, I'm there. I mean, he comes straight back,
Going to-
but... Nice
It's
grab.
fine.
That is fine. I don't think I should have gone this way,
Yeah.
though.
On me.
Oh.
I went
You
to
had
go
snow
that side,
yesterday,
but
that's
he's
right. Shit.
blocked me, so.
Fun fact, spring means jump. Spring, yeah, it does. It jump in Dutch. Spring. I like spring, just when things bloom. After that, you get the flu again. The immune system of a potato. I mean, the weather changing is a big impact on your health, right? In general. Even if you don't actually get sick, it's still like, you still feel it, the change, generally.
What a beautiful fastball. Oh my god. Left me.
Yeah, he's checking the gens again, I think. Yeah, he's checking one.
Maybe coming back. He might be.
Yeah, he left. Is
Yeah,
it
on
main?
me. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah. Behind main, I'm dead.
Oh, okay.
Looking me behind main trainers now, probably.
Yeah, not on the gen at one.
He's on main, probably going.
Is it
yeah.
completely 3 gen at main?
Maybe. I don't know. Could be.
Ah, you saw me. That's unlucky. Yeah, because he doesn't
Okay.
chase check side. So I think it's to the side of main is the including main itself is the 3 gen. I mean he's chasing now. Interestingly.
Okay, I'm going 1.
Yeah,
Where
I'm
you
there
are,
as well.
Trevor.
Yeah. You still remember, I don't know who, that say, spank me papa. Yes! That was the thing when you joined.
He's not coming. What?
He's coming from main. Why did it sound like he was right there? That's crazy.
Yeah. Coming.
Yeah,
Chicken
geef me
jet.
een klap, papa. Because in Dutch, that makes no sense. Spank me, daddy. When I was trying to learn Dutch, yeah, that was the thing. When you just joined.
He bolted again. I don't know. And me enduring.
Yeah, we're on what's this, 11? On the other side of main on the gen.
Left me.
Yeah, he's
Going
checking
main.
the gens
He's
again.
11 right now. Going inside main.
Yeah,
Only 1.
yeah. Oh, it gets me here. Unlucky.
Poor performance indeed.
Well, if he doesn't have
I think
another
we
pain rest
make
on
this.
me, you get the gen, yeah. Yes, beautiful. Oh, the doors are so far. He is
Yeah.
leaving me.
Oh, he saw me. That's... I love it. Oh no, he did not. What? He's going... Fight or...
For the gates. Okay. I think they must have got chased off of their door at Shack.
He's still been running to the door. Try sneak and open it.
Mm.
Oh, he's enough forward.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming.
Laura, thank you for the raids. Hi, Mystical Ace. Welcome in. Hi, Laura. Laura, I hope your stream
Laura
was good.
underscore Schmaura
Did you have
rated your
any
channel
more
with 90
connectivity
viewers.
issues? Gamers, I was hanging out over at Laura's yesterday.
Oh my god, he died like so far away.
And today was all good. I'm glad. I was worried sick. Her game crashed 3 times, and she got a 15-minute DC penalty from it. It was so frustrating because they did nothing wrong, and they're like us here, like me. We don't generally DC. So it was so frustrating, especially on stream, right? Laura, I'm glad to hear that the games are well. I saw you were playing Killer earlier. I understand if you need to raid and run because it's like super... I mean, I don't know if you want to call it...
No way.
Well, I was yapping, honestly. I don't know if it's like... If you want to call this super late or early.
Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god.
Thank you for trying, though. But thank you so much for taking the community here, gamers. If you came in with the raid with Laura and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily the Badella content creator. I'm an official partner of Behavior. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stable, so welcome in, everyone. I'm gaming with the amazing Clove today, who I met in the creator program.
He did
She
not
is from
hear me?
Spain.
Oh my my god.
And we just recently met in December. Nice. You deserve this escape, by the way.
You too. But
I was
no
yapping.
way.
I was
It
yapping.
so lucky.
Oh, he found Hedge. I heard it open.
Nice.
Nope. Love the hair color. Thank you so much. I'm loving it too. I'm obsessed. I think someone asked me the other day if I was considering changing the color, and when I went into the hairdresser in December, I said like maybe I want to change it. Like what are the best options? But like I'm just so happy with the pink. It works so well for me. It works a lot with a lot of my clothes, so I'm super happy. I'm glad you had fun. Definitely, I got my grade progress back today as well, so it's all good. Yeah, because they lost 2 whole grades from the disconnects. Yeah, gamers, if you don't know Laura, please go give her a follow. Primarily Dead by Daylight's content creator as well. Wonderful person, great entertainer. Please go check her out.
This is wrong.
You're so quick at spending your points in between games, changing back, and then remembering to change back.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like so anxious to waste them so
Yes, quickly spend everything.
quick. Yeah.
Are we loading into this?
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, we actually are.
it's yeah. It looked like it was long.
Yeah. Ace and Jill have a little bit of ping. That's why maybe.
Hmm. Trickster again.
Yeah, I'm getting on
We're on
in
Funhouse.
front of
TR.
the school.
Funhouse, there's a spicy here.
Okay, it seems like
It's
Thrill of
Ruin.
the Hunt. Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt on
Oh.
this. It's full totem build.
Yeah. Let's have a look around. So definitely one spicy in. Oh, this is Jill's still staring at me. I don't think she knows. Knows nothing in shack.
Maybe Hive Mind could be.
Mm.
No. Blood Favor, Thrill of the Hunt.
Ruin.
I don't know if she has
Ruin.
them
I
both.
think I saw
too,
Ruin.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, she's on me. In front of main. I saw you. I'm
I'll
running
go to, yeah, I'll
towards
go
you.
to a story. No, I see you. Just looking for totems here. Didn't see any. Hi, Lake. Good to see you. How's your day going? Games? Yeah, it's hit and miss. We started off really good, and then we got clocked a couple times. Like a couple times. And then we pulled it back.
I'm going fun house.
And now, there's just a lot of tricksters. Okay, there's a spicy in Maine. Busy day today? Are you enjoying some weather, though? Do you have a chance to take a break
Fun house,
outside?
there's the totem. Yeah, she has no time. That's on me. There's another totem here. No. Nice.
Maybe Pentimento's the
I hope
last
it was
one.
real because
Yeah.
if it's not, we're cooked.
There's another spicy in Maine. A second one. It's not Thrill. I mean, Thrill's still there. That's kind of what I was trying to say. I'm home because you had an appointment at the hospital. Ah, okay. Are you getting some games in today then? Anything? Thrill is still up, but I found another spicy in Maine.
Okay, there's another one on Fun House in the basement. Maybe Pentimento could be.
Yeah, I'm thinking could be Penti. She's in Maine.
Okay, we're doing Shack run up. We can.
She's
late
reloading
release.
in Maine.
Okay.
She's come downstairs. She's chasing me towards Funhouse.
Okay.
Oh, he's trying again to get the totem, and I'm taking them back here again. Sorry.
It's fine. I think it's only Thrill. I don't know if. She
Oh my
has
gosh, she's
maybe a
left
rune.
me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Watch some anime? Nice, that's good. That's a good way
Blood
to
Favor still too.
Oh, that's unlucky. So it's just maybe it was Undying the first one? Maybe it's just for spicy totems in the build because we already cleansed 2. Ruin's gone.
Nice.
You don't feel like DBD lately? We all have times like that. I mean, save your sanity. And then hopefully when 2v8 hits later this month, we can get back to gaming, you know?
Okay.
Like I texted you already, I would love to play some 2v8 with
Okay,
you.
Blood Favor and Ruin still up and Thrill.
I don't think Ruin is throws up.
Oh, okay. Then it's Blood Favor and Thrill.
Thrill too, yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Ruin's not up. She kicked. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. She's not tunneling me.
Okay.
I'll get on the totem on Fun House.
Fun house again, yeah. I'm on 2-story. Hell yeah, we'd love to do that. Cool. Yeah, I was thinking we could do Double Trouble Healer. We can do Killer and Survivor if you want. We can do... I don't think you can do the Blast Mine still because I think they've changed the amount of times that you can get blast mined in a row. I don't know. Oh, now there's a tunnel, I think. Maybe he took a hit for... Could be the end of him.
Oh. Maybe I can pick him.
Yeah,
if
I'm
we're
gonna
leave.
run that way as well. If Jill holds up.
No, it's...
Oh.
It's
Oh, I found it.
so messed up this.
Oh.
I think
Maybe I
can
don't
pick
do the
him
totem.
anyway.
Beautiful.
Yep. Nice. Picking door.
Wow. W.
I'm so dead. She got with power. It was crazy.
She's purpose now, though.
Oh my god, we all four have We're Gonna Live Forever. That's
Really? We're so
incredible.
calm.
Yeah. And I have MFQ. Crazy. Nice.
What a comeback.
Yeah, actually we are. Yeah. Just not making it. That's unlucky.
Basement? It's a long
Yeah.
way to go. I get this gen for free. That's not good. That's gates aren't great.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's...
System the gate on Shack Gate and going to the next one.
Yeah, the one where Jill is at. She needs to pre-run that shit.
Yep.
Oh, she ran away from the gates. Oh, she's mid-street. Oh, she has a pedal
Yeah,
at
I
the
see
car.
her. Oh my god, she's so dead.
I mean,
Yeah, she might get the steer replaced. Yep.
oh, I'm running into a bush. I get M1 here now. Yep. Coming back to you. Oh no. Hi Sketch, welcome in, happy Wednesday. Nah, this is very stressful, Jill. Very stressful. I don't think I should have jumped in. I think I should have waited. No stack, right? Oh! I would have dead-hearted that. What's she? Oh, she's main event on you. I crawl. She's with me. Not coming for me. Alright, Fur. Ah,
No.
shit, so close. Imagine
You
if you
made
would have had that. Yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
did not. Oh yeah, that is the one. That's a
Can't
lucky.
take heads. Yeah, I think I went in too early. I think if she would have run for the door instead of another circle around the car, I could have taken the first hit. Maybe you could have taken a hit, but unlucky.
Yeah, that's a lucky.
Yeah, we were all on Wiglif. And 3 MFT as well.
Oh my god.
I am good, Sketch. I'm good. We're chilling. We're gaming all day. I went to the horses super early. I did some work. And I've been gaming. I already got my 5 prestiges today on Dwight. Well, almost 5. There we go. P45 Dwight. The aim is P50, so we're gonna go again with the 5 mil. Trying to get back up there. And then we'll get P50 Dwight today. That's the plan. Taking off MFT because I don't feel like I'm getting... I was thinking... I mean, I'm gonna go We'll Make It. Maybe the S, though. I don't know. Thank you for the 7 streaks, Kat. Hey, Nathan. Hi, Jill. How's you? So many people going to TwitchCon, gamers. Rebel confirmed that they're going. I think Sketch is has booked their hotel. I know Jill is looking into it. It's gonna be such a good time. I'm gonna try. I mean, I'm planning to schedule a community meetup on the Friday for the people that are already around. Anybody, any of the regulars, welcome to join. Come hang out, say hi, meet up. And then, of course, Saturday and Sunday we'll be at the con. You finally got a good Dwight, but then I changed the pants because you and Loft yelled at me for the pants that I had on him, so I had to change it. It's done, it's changed. So it's better now. They were abysmal. Come on now, it wasn't that bad, honestly. It was pretty shocking. Shut the fuck up. Can't do your boy tweet like that. Oh, I was hoping for a 5 stack of points, but the killer was like, I need to save my add-ons. Let me bring... I don't know that we know. If it was, can you see Wide Ward these days? Was it a Mori? I didn't check. You can't. They always have lethal these days.
Guys, this might be Lilith Omen.
Yeah, has to be. It may be a Mori map offering or why war because of everything has to be
Come on, Palette.
secret now.
Palette. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
Almost.
almost. Oh, that's so unlucky. He's halfway down the basement.
Oh.
Oh, she just goes down. Jill thinks it's a hatchet shack offering, the hidden offering from the killer. We were contemplating if it was a white ward or Mori.
You will make it nice.
Yeah, I changed MFC. I didn't feel like I was getting value. Oh,
Oh.
Nemesis friends. Nice medium. Oh, dead art. No. And thank you for the lurk refresh. Hooking main.
Yeah, this is so lucky. There's nothing I can do.
How's your games, and I hope it's going well. He has strength in the shadows. He's just healing in the basement every 3 seconds. Why you do on the hook? SMH my head. Hi Toba, welcome in. How are you? How's your Wednesday going?
I fucked up with Nemesis and stuff.
I've been gaming a long time already today, and maybe I'm a little tired. I'm gonna keep going though because I won another 5 prestiges on Dwight. Oh, I just died. Oh. Oh. I got very lucky there. He knows what he's doing, him. Nice, GG. Yeah, this is above my pay grade. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. You're just chilling, you're alright? Wonderful, Toba. Good to hear. Hi, Fallen Felix. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 4 treats. Thank you for the redeem and the 5 stream streak. Let's go. Thank you for the continued support. I know, fools. In this lobby, I'm just a baby. This blight is above my pay grade. I don't know how to deal with this. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Is he just 2-hooking everyone, maybe? He's just too good. He doesn't care. He can get them all.
Yeah. He's good. He's
Yeah.
good. He knows.
Sadly, I can't help on to bully killers now. Installing some more storage on your PC. I'm duoing with Clove today. I think it's just the 2 of us, but I appreciate you offering.
Oh my god, I used to the AIDS, but it didn't work. Oh, look it.
But I had a really good time gaming with you. I know it's not a wiggle, but I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, don't worry.
Ta-da! Oh. Can you actually do that? Like get more storage? 2 terabytes. I need that. Hi, Hex. Thank you for the lurk. I love you, Micah. No, you're the best, Hex. You're the best. Thanks so much for hanging out. Toba, that sounds like a really good investment in a PC to get so much storage. I hope that all goes well. We're gonna run a quick ad break, gamers. We're doing it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We'll be right back. This blight was too strong. That's the second time we got rolled by a blight today. Need to install SSD to your motherboard? Oh, okay. Sounds easy enough. I'm running out of stuff on Elodie and I'm sick. Because I was kind of thinking I really like my fit and I want to keep playing Elodie. I'd guess depending on whether or not the behavior decides to actually bring back cakes for the anniversary, for the 10-year, I may have to put points into her even though she's already P100 and I hate wasting points on people that are already P100s. Because I just want to make more P100s, you know? I'm getting a bit hungry. I may need to look at a cutie.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I may need to look at getting a snack. Hi, Taze. Hold up. Welcome in. Good to see you. How's your Wednesday going? What do we have and why is there no TR? Okay.
Oh my god, it's a night.
A night in 2026?
Yep. I mean, yeah.
I am a snack. You're not wrong, Taze. Taze, did you already get affiliates? Because I think for TwitchCon last year, didn't we talk about getting you to affiliates so you don't have to stand in the queue to get your tickets? You're gonna have to get affiliate days. Let's get to it. We're bringing the whole community over. You've got the follows, right? It's a matter of streaming and getting the average. I mean, I'll need to spend time on anyway. Oh, yes. Imagine how much can change in a year. We had all these plans, Stage, for your streaming future. And now you have to stand in line. Enjoy your daily doggo treats, Zopeshi. Thank you so much for the redeem. Have a great Wednesday. Welcome in. Now I'm barely on PC and doing outside things instead. It's so much better though. Sorry, I got hella nervous, didn't I?
He has the I don't know how it's called, but he's
Like an add-on?
someone.
Yeah, when he
Yeah.
puts it on the guard or something.
Yeah. When the guard is following someone.
Yeah. chucked you a follow, so hopefully I can watch you live. You are watching me live for the second time this week, no, Masha? But I appreciate it. I appreciate you hanging out. I think we talked loads about games, about DBD and stuff, perks, killers. We have the Chili Fest this weekend. We're working a bar shift there. Oh my god, you guys are doing so much fun stuff, Taze. That's so cool. Answer some of your questions. I love to talk about Dead by Daylight, Masha. There's so much to learn when
I'm
you're
so
new.
good.
Like, it's good. I just love to talk about it. Just my point of view, my strategy. I love your hair. Thank you so much. I really like it too. I'm super happy that I made a decision to go for the pink hair. I did this in December. And I'm definitely vibing with it. Cowdance is Saturday. Yeah, I wonder when they're... I was saying to you, I wonder when they're doing ours at the stables. Because they also have the Quidons. And I got a text from my... from Len's dad, my father-in-law. That he watched the cow dance last weekend. King's Day at the end of the month followed by a gig. Yes, only good things. Of course I'm coming back as Cozy here. I appreciate that, Masha. I'm glad you're enjoying. We do try to be like chill and cozy and educational here. Even though we play a horror game, you know? I mean, we've not been doing the Sunday streams, right? Because I've not had time, but usually on Sunday we play variety. After Blood Moon, we'll be getting back to the Sunday streams. Sunday variety. So much to catch up on. EMA, you have Elfian and TwitchCon at the end of the month. Yeah. Yeah, so much good stuff. Yeah, she's random. What's that spicy?
I mean, this was a really quick match, no?
Yeah, but you had a really good chase and he couldn't make up his mind and the team was on gens, like...
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we made it. And this
Is
gate is
it-
99.
Ah, this Ellen was already 99 in the gate.
Oh my god.
Hmm. You played with them yesterday night in a game versus Wesker on the game? Really? Did you actually? Yeah, she's a random in our lobby.
Thank you.
Happiness and Sadness as our other two randoms. And they said they look... It's the Drama Twins.
Oh my
Bro,
god.
I saw a spicy, but because the game was so fast, I was like, oh, it's gotta be like Ruin or something. I just didn't notice. It's literally at Cowtree where she's getting hooked. I should have cleansed it!
Oh my god.
Yes.
There's no way.
Yes. Yeah, she's
Oh my
hooked on
god,
top
she's
of
getting
it.
the face camp of the year, I think.
Yeah, it's right there. I should have stopped. I was chasing you for a heal, and then I saw it, and I was like, oh, what's this spicy? That's probably nothing. I don't think we can save this.
Nah, we can. Let's give her the 4% then, I guess.
Yeah.
Just leave. Oh my god.
No, a night. I would cry. This was a really good game, but like Clove did most of the work. I just did gens. The way you have this little voice in your head, and you're like, hey, what's this spicy? Should I cleanse it? Nah, it'll be alright.
Oh my god.
Oh, she died. To the Noed carry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tinkerer, Pop, nowhere to hide. GG easy. Okay, gamer. I think you got
Wait,
rolled.
who say that?
The killer, yeah.
No way. Oh my god.
That's huge. They both got 2-tapped NDC? No way, Jill. And then they wrote in chat, free hits. Oh wow, Funnel left. Wow. That's just
Happy and you
weakness.
know it, clap your hands.
Fuck you.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Eat shit.
If
Yeah,
you're happy
that
and you
was
know it,
Salty
then your
Gamer
face will
chat.
surely show it. If you're happy and
This
you
week's
know
rating
it,
at the
clap
gym
your
from the
hands.
total
Dumb cunt.
minus 35. That is such great progress days. Congrats. Well done, and GG's to like sticking with the exercise. That's huge. Well done. GG easy off their because of a Noed carry, guys. I could never. Yeah, you're at the gym right now. Nah, you're such a trooper. You're really inspiring. I'm sorry, my eye hurts. I'm not crying because of your gym progress. It looks like that though. There's something up with this eyelash. Yeah, it's very inspiring to hear your stories. 2 hours of heavy yard work at your friend's house earlier as well. And that's heavy work. It's like the same stuff that I do at the horses, right? It's just, it takes a lot out of you, and it's like hours. Of work. Yeah, there's something wrong here. Hold on. Interesting. Oh, their yard is run over by ivy. A lot of pulling. Oh shit. Yeah, that's hard work. But that's good though, and especially I think with this weather and when you're with friends, it's a good time, right? Yeah, something is definitely wrong with this eyelash. I forgot to get a snack, guys, and I'm still hungry. Ghoul?
Cool. See, so we know, but
What do you say?
I got MFT. That's true.
She's
Left me.
leaving you, yeah.
Yeah.
Hit and run. Famous. Oh, famous.
Come here, man. She's kicking my gen. No.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, she has turned back.
turn
the
back the
clock.
clock. I thought I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, she's main right now. Committing me now.
Sees
I
you. Yeah.
think.
Yeah. Looks like it. Barry's going for the unhook.
Leaving me. Going
Yeah, back
to-
at the gym.
Yep. Going back hook now.
And the hook. Yeah.
I can stick the gem with resting. Coming back.
Okay, I'm by the tunnels.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, there's nothing there. There's nothing close
Yeah,
to that
it's-
pallet.
Yeah. I saw a pallet now, but I don't think it's a pretty safe one. Yeah,
That was not a pain res.
kicking my gen. And going one.
Oh,
They pop,
they,
guys.
yeah, beautiful.
Coming back to me. Going 11 round. Me. Again. Going upstairs main.
Hmm.
Main drop down. Going for
Yeah,
Tori.
yeah,
I don't know where. Coming back. She's,
yeah. Proxy camping that. Yeah.
Yeah. Going for Renato.
Okay.
I'll go Gen on 10.
Yeah, I'm there
11.
as well.
Okay. Hello.
Hi. Do you want a 99?
Yeah. I was going to say you're so smart.
Oh, skill check.
Top of main coming.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, Tori went in. That's huge. Lucky, welcome in. Enjoy Daily Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 25. Happy Wednesday. Do you have a chance to enjoy the weather today, gamer? I have. We'll make it. Like, it's a fast heal if you want.
There's that really, really bad region.
Yeah, I just realized that it's main and what, 2? And that mid one or something?
Yep.
What is this gen spread?
On me? But I don't think she will for me.
No, she's looking mid.
Yep. I'll get on this gen right away.
Yeah, I'm there as well. I mean, I pressure the middle one, why not?
Yeah.
She can only... She sees me. She can only kick it so many more times. She's in main. Sees you. No, sees me. Yeah, she doesn't commit. If I can stop the regression on this... At least she has to kick it again. Well, I paid for that with my life. Unlucky. Yes, Mina, you're first. GG's. How's India today?
Is Renato near?
He's on main. He's pressuring main. I mean, oh, you got pushed. I mean, Tori's coming now.
Turn back the clock on my gen.
Okay, she's back at Tori's. Oh, the Tori's teabagging after every pallet drop, by the way. Holy hell. He's upstairs main. Looking to you. Wave back with no in main. Tori gets me. Oh.
Damn.
Same hook.
Yeah, probably she will come here on my gen and turn back the clock this. Yep. She did.
She's chasing Tori inside main. Your promotion got announced and I immediately got landed with a critical deviation. Oh shit! So great. Oh, well, the promotion is good. Deserved. Let me see if I can sneak around for this pool. Yeah.
She turned back the clock by gen and went back. Going back hook.
Yeah.
I mean, I have T8 MFT in case she.
Yeah.
like,
She's
yeah,
chasing Tori upstairs
good
main.
position, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, dead at. Let's go. Upstairs main still.
On me, on me.
Oh, yeah. Kicked your gen.
She's committing.
Okay. Tori's back on main. And I'm on the mid one.
She might leave. She's not.
Nope.
No. Still on me, still on me.
Yeah.
She blocked this. Good to know. I have this. She has that add-on. You want
The vaulting one?
blocks the door.
Yeah.
I mean the
Centipede. That's centipede, right? Yeah.
Yep. No, it's bamboozle actually. It's
Oh, it
bamboozle.
is? Okay.
I don't know if MFT. No.
I
Oh
get
my God.
this. She
Yeah.
comes-
You got this. She's going main, I think. I don't know. Yep, main.
Let's see if I can go for a pickup on you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is she picking? No, she's greedy. Chasing me?
Pick her up. Yep. She might leave though.
I have TR still. I'm Shaq. Yeah, she's with me.
Okay.
I don't know what she's looping. I'm back at the tile.
Okay. We're up in 7 right now.
She's leaving. Spice? Did you see a spicy? Or are you talking about your food being spicy?
She's going straight for Tori.
Yeah, she still has a pellet there, I think. Yeah, she does. No teabags this time. Like, what? Yeah, you thought you saw a spicy in Maine? I don't... I mean, it's not Noed. I got M1. And I don't have a hex up. If it was anything from in the game, it's no longer relevant. Nah, this is huge. Oh, she almost got... Is she picking now?
No, no, she's not. She's not. On me, on me, on me.
Is Altruism gonna kill us? Am I going for the pick?
Yeah. Wait, she's going for the pick, maybe? She's looking for you.
Okay.
Saw a pilot. Oh, that's unlucky.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, she's dead. That's unfortunate.
I mean, we pulled this back. That was a nasty 3-gen she had. That was a really good chase.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
And we were both on gens. Like, that's really cool. P100.
Nice. Twinned. Yes.
Yeah, the centipede add-on. No, you said bamboozle, yeah. No, it wasn't. It was the centipede to block.
Oh, okay. That's... yeah. Yep.
Maybe it was just fire long day. It looked like it because I think the builds... I didn't see a hex. I saw... Turn back the clock. Pain rest. Hi Lynx, welcome in. How are you?
I do not belong here.
How is your... Ooh. How's your Wednesday? Doing good. How's it going? It's going well. We're gaming with the wonderful Clove today. Game is good. Points is good. We already got 5 prestiges on Dwight. Which is huge. I was trying to get him P50 today. It's gonna be a long evening of gaming. I'm getting a little bit worn out on DVD. But then again, tomorrow I have work all day and Friday I'm flying to Glasgow for HorrorCon. So this is the only gaming I'm getting in until, well, Monday basically. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy Wednesday. Happy time zone. Look at these Twitcher gamers. I know. Clove changed to Kate. She's got a really cute fit. And I'm really loving the Elodie fit. But I'm running out of stuff on Elodie. That's annoying. Demogorgon.
Oh, I like Demogorgon.
Corrupts on main.
No popular. Oh my god.
Hi, Widow.
Okay, so
welcome in.
someone on my chat room, I think that I can repair for like a minute. So.
Okay, it's okay.
Oh my god.
You found another way to keep busy, I see. Widow, how are you? How many days left of the event? I'm so fucking exhausted. I know. Me too. I'm tired too. I'm realizing it today. It's actually more than a week left. How has the grind been, Widow? I saw that you were on today already. Popped any P100s during the event. Yeah, at tomorrow, our 5 p.m., it's literally another week of the event. But it's been good points, right, with the multiplier. I'm getting 10 prestiges a day easily. You've been non-stop farming since it came out? Oh, gosh. And I had a bit of a break, so... Because I was away this weekend and I had a really busy work week last week, so I haven't even been on as much, but I've been on for many hours since Monday, and I'm also like, ugh, it's long. So what's it looking like, Widow? How many P100s left? You finished all survivors today. Should hit number 65 at the end, hopefully. Wow, that's huge. So many P100s. Like your whole survivor page is just like P100s. Did you get all of your badges? Your P100 badges? Because like... Between me and Loft, right? I have 18 P100s. I only got 13 of the badges. Loft has 22 P100s. Maybe 23. And he had 11 badges. Like, he had fewer badges than me with more P100s. That's crazy. You also didn't get it? Yeah, I figured. Oh, the tunnel! Okay, at least we're popping gens for this tunnel because that's frustrating. Tunnel is real?
Yeah, it's kind of leveling, yeah.
Hope. That's unlucky. They already used their pain res. Bamboozle. Okay, well, at least you have your dead art.
I have no build.
Ah, you changed the build. Okay, well, he picks me,
Yeah.
he picks me. poking back at the gen though. That's gonna get popped again. There's another gen right here in the hallway as well. This is not painless. It is a puppy, but he's mean, Mina. He's very mean. He's a mean puppy. Oh, he's got a 3-gen here. Right where the hook is. She will make it. What a gamer. I'm just going far away from the gens. Yeah, he doesn't chase here.
Yeah, he may come back, but it's completely fine.
Yeah. We're pressuring these gens. At this point, I might as well wait till I'm done.
Soltadme el brazo, por favor. Had to drop biblioteca. And
Yeah, it's
oh
fine.
my
He
God,
goes
I
back
just forgot
anyway.
to mute me again. I just said
Yes,
something
but I
in
love
Spanish.
hearing you
I'm so
speak
dumb.
Spanish. No, it's beautiful.
I'm so dumb. Thank you. Oh my God, your chat has to be like saying, "What is this girl doing?"
No, they
What's he
know
saying?
that you're from Spain. I explained that your
Where's
channel
the
is in
other
Spanish.
gen?
Yeah, so there's one in the hallway. Like,
Okay,
you
I
remember
see.
when I was
Okay.
telling you like, hey, if
Yeah.
I take it down, you have your dead art in the hallway, but
Yeah.
the other way.
Okay. Yeah. I'm on it. He's looping right next to it. I can repair again, like for a minute. This chat is killing me. He's on me. Left me going back.
At this
for
point, I
ice,
might as well.
I think.
You need to go, gamer. Yeah, he doesn't check. Yeah, he doesn't commit. She
Just
knows,
again,
because Ada
keep it.
knows.
Must be humbling to suck on so many different levels.
It does, Anne, it does. I hope your games are going well.
Us.
Sorry, Widow, I've been trying to read your message 3 times now. At this point, I might as well wait till I'm done with all of them to see what's missing. Yeah, that's funny,
Yes,
actually.
On me.
You should.
I mean, I guess he's going back. He tipped yeah, back.
Okay, well,
where are
I'm
you?
starting. I'm in a corner. I forget the callouts on this map.
I'm where you said. Oh wait, Ada's followed me. Never mind.
Survivor page looks clean as fuck, not gonna lie. That's huge. Such a grind it has been getting everybody P100. Yeah, he's with me. Yeah, he just turns around. That's
Okay.
fine. I heal and I go again. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Go chill. I'll speak to you soon. Have a good streamer trip. Thank you, Mina. Be safe in India. When are you flying back? You look to go for 2
Maybe we
gens?
should get rid of this.
Yeah, let's. He was mad? I bet.
I'll double this with Ada.
I have to take a hit for the ace.
Let's. Come into Ajan.
The 18th? Mina, you're in India for 10 more days. Holy hell.
in our gen, and he might go back. Yeah, tip it.
Yeah, Ace is running, so he's back at this gen. I'm really sad Ace threw this pallet. It was kind of the
Kick
only
gen
thing that
again.
was protecting us here. Yeah, this gen is dead.
Yep, coming back here.
Okay, I'm pressuring this gen again with Ace.
Going back, I see. Yeah, keep it back.
Not to us, we're cleaning the portal. He must have a double
Oh my
portal
God.
here.
Yeah. He like faked TPing
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, that's first hook even if he picks.
Yes. I don't think I make this. Or maybe I do with Ace. Yeah, we do.
That hook next to oh my god, the wiggle. That hook next to that gen is something else.
my
Huge,
God.
huge.
He modded me.
Oh.
my god.
She has Wiglif. He's picking up the
Nice.
ace. That was a really quick pickup.
Nice.
No, he's first hook. It's a long way to go. I open this. We go back. Well,
Oh my god. If you make that.
well, I made a mistake. I think he should have taken the hit, but I was in the way still. That was unlucky. Do I have a pellet? I mean, that's a long way in a straight line. Damn. I was gonna go in the shower. Maybe he jumped past.
Oh my god. I mean, you're closer now.
You think? Yes, actually I am. I wonder if he can body block this hook from prompt.
I think he can though.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like that side,
Mm-hmm.
he can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Nice.
Oh, he flopped it. He flopped it. That's a long way to go still. Does she have lights? No.
No.
Oh,
Oh my god, he missed.
Ace is on the other gate.
Yeah. I don't think they
Hatch.
both make it. Maybe he does. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I still
Yeah.
had. I think she could have waited with the hit because I still had BT and there was a pellet. Like, I could have forced the BT hit at the pellet and then take a hit. I mean, does she have a chance at hatch here? Oh, the
That's
timer. Unlucky.
Yeah. So lucky. Okay. I think I have to play my last one.
Okay.
So let's go. Let's escape now.
Yes. Let's have a good game.
Hell yeah.
That's a very cute Kate fit. Very good.
Thank you. I don't think maybe I changed the hair. I don't like it.
Mm.
I mean, I like it, but not with this combo, you know. I'm going TH. Recall it forever.
Okay.
Yep. I'll go like this.
Dead Sense.
Not my favorite map, but
No, I know. Not for me either.
oh my god.
Billy, but it's lethal.
Yep.
Oh, maybe not with lethal. Maybe he's just
Oh my god.
chilling. I don't mind Billy.
Oh, I have to drop Shack.
Yeah.
Oh,
fine.
I haven't. Oh my god. I dropped anyway. He went for the M1.
M1.
I didn't expect that.
He's back with me. Duped. This map is so foggy. That's Bam Bam, right? I didn't check, but it can't be good. It can't be good. I was kind of hoping I could make it between these benches, but that did not work out.
Yeah.
He's looking for that pain res. Hold on. Now. Oh my god! Mr. Cap King, you played so well. I felt so sad that we didn't get you out. GG's. It was a good game. Have fun. Yeah, it was a really good game. We played that 3-gen so well. It's so nice to meet gamers that understand how to tackle a situation like that. Like going in, pressuring the gens, going out, where to take chase, healing, going back in. And the fact that you came back to go for Comfort Unhooked, that was huge. Yeah, GG, I hope the Blood Moon treats you well. I appreciate you stopping by. And yeah, I'm sad we didn't get you out. It was a long way to go to the door. That was unlucky. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. It's a 3-gen again at the hook. Not as tight as the one we had on Larry's, but if she gets blocked here, she doesn't. Oh, they take the hit. Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh my god. I missed the skill check. I'm so bad.
Me too. He swung. Bella's on the wrong side. Yes, you swing at that. Yeah, he gets me now. I go edge.
It's fine. We probably make these 2 gens though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad 3-gen anymore anyway. She's all the way at the back. And the one in the corner also has progress. Sable's coming for me, I think, from me.
Yeah, he went for Ada. I'm doing this one. Pop. Pop goes the weasel. Going back hook. Going back hook. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not committing.
Okay. I think I made this. No, I do not.
Ada makes hers. Sable is already at the gate. She's ready to leave. Get out of here.
Whoa. Oh my god, he hits that. That's unlucky. He just got that blue soul. Swing gate.
Yeah.
Careful.
I don't get away from this side of the map. Maybe now.
I'm opening this gate.
Nice, good hit.
Oh,
Leaving? Oh,
Damn.
like they were out. Like out. They're just off the scene, these
oh
girls.
my god, no way.
That is
He
so
went down
weird.
the side of the jungle. No way.
Unbelievable.
Damn.
Why would you just leave like that? I got hit on hook as well. I don't know why. I had such a good chase. I had fun
Oh my
game.
God.
Why are we hitting on hook? I loved her.
He hates you.
Yes.
Okay, so I have to leave.
Yes.
Sadly.
All right. Yes, it is sad.
It was so fun.
And
Thank
it's
you
a
for
lot of
having me.
fun.
See you next
100%.
time.
Yeah.
Love you.
Yes. Thank you. See you next time.
And
I had the
goodbye.
Ada from the last game was here. And they said, appreciate if you could pass my apologies to your Swift friends. They died because of you. They said, Ada, I couldn't stop the killer. I had shouldered the burden, but things didn't go as planned. Ah, there's no need to apologize. Don't worry about it.
Oh, how cute.
Very cute.
It's so good.
All right.
See
Take
ya.
care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, gamers. We're going to keep going. It's used to stop moaning sounds as well. Yeah. It is. Not you don't see it as often anymore, Widow. I found I barely get hit on hook because of stop the moaning sound. I think he was just really happy he got the toxic Twitch shirt gamer, you know, that ran him for like 3 gens. I think that was more the issue here. We're gonna keep going because I need more points. As you guys know. If anybody wants to join for some Swifty games, you're welcome to hop in. I'm gonna run a quick ad break and see. I think my husband's making dinner, so maybe I don't have to do a snack anymore. Maybe we play some Words on stream. Quick break, and then we get back to gaming. Alright, let's see what we can do here. We can play again on stream later tomorrow. Later probably yes. Tomorrow no. I have the whole day at work. Sadly. But thank you for coming up with ideas and suggestions. Maybe later bring Sealy? Yes, please. Let's go. We go back in. You're just a baby? Is it because I'm bringing a scape cake? Am I the problem? Because it sounds cute, doesn't it? I'm just a baby. I am not the problem. Good. I don't like rape, guys. I don't like rape. Sandbag or hit and run? Sandbag. Oh, that's the add-on where they break stuff fast. Rape is fun, Jill. I don't know how to counter them. Just keep vaulting. Yeah, but I can't do it. What? Bam, right? Has to be. What if there's no pellets, Jill? You can just win the 50 if he uncloaks or fakes. Oh! Oh! If he had faced them, He would have 100% had that. What a good idea. Flashbang save background player. Love to see it. Win the 50-50. Yeah, okay, but do you have you? Yeah, but he's fast. After Uncle. Yeah. I don't feel like Wraith should be allowed to do turn back the clock when he's invisible. Thoughts? I think they tried to go for a save. I think they got clocked. I don't know if he dropped check pallets. Oh, she's just not going for a save, and that's Dead Man's. Okay, beautiful. That gen is dead, by the way. He's just camping him to death now. Like, oh my god, Ada. I trade this, I don't give a shit. This is just nasty work. Okay, get him. Oh my god, what am I watching? I think it's kinda GG over here. We have no gens. None. I can go here and I have 1 pellet. I think it's GG over here. Pain res. Yeah. I don't think he's used any of their pain reses yet. And turn back the clock. 5 gens. Guy on death hook. I don't know. Hi Corvus, welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. How goes DB? We had
Mr. Cap King followed
we've
your
got
channel.
a really good gaming day. There's no point in vaulting it when he's not cloaked, right? You want to do it when he's cloaked? He just wants to eat the pellets, bro. He wants to get rid of all the pellets. We're so gonna die. Yeah, we had, it's been a long day of gaming already. We're getting good points. I had a really wonderful time gaming with Clove. We were duo gaming with Clove, which was great. she had to go. This is first game of solo queue, and it is rough. That almost sounded like I was barking like a dog, like rough. That's funny. How's your Wednesday going? But otherwise, we're doing good. Thank you so much, Mr. Cap King, by the way, for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Happy time zone. Doing great. Food is up. Sausage and baguette. No, I want sausage and baguette. Corvus, I may need to look into getting that for lunch. What do you think? I think it's a good idea. I think meat and bread is my favorite thing to eat, and I can eat it any time of day. I can eat meat and bread for breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert. I'll take it. Meat and bread. If I could just eat meat and bread starting now till the end of the year, I'm down. Like, I have no issue. It's basically a hot dog. Yeah, but not really a hot dog. I mean, the principle of a hot dog, yes, but like, you can do better. You can get quality sausage. It's the principle of the hot dog. I made a decision to leave the pallet here and this tile to protect me while I'm on this gen. He comes back here though? I don't know. Okay. We got 3 gens here. Maybe. Is she in chase? Yeah, she's in chase. I hear him. I knew it. Why is there never a vault when I need it? Oh, and I'm back at the... I'm back at the LT. Hey! 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 Envy the principle of a hot dog. That sounds like autobiography. Envy the principle of a hot dog. I like it though. Hey, medkits? Do we think he used his medkit? My husband's making pasta, so I'm expecting a nice dish of food here shortly. But we're gonna keep gaming because I want my 5 million points on Dwight. He used his medkit, guys. Check's gone. Medkit's gone. Renato's dead. Well, dying. Is the Blood Moon event still active? Yes. 1 more week. Do you know what the problem is with this gen? If he comes up here, I'm pretty much dead. Maybe he chases Ada? He's back at the oak. I already saw him. I am so dead. There's no resources. I didn't even make it to this locker. Yeah, it's another week. I hate Wraith. Not as much as Oni, Jill, but I hate Wraith. I'll tell you that much. It's still good points. I have to ask my husband if he's taking the car because the neighbors need the driveway. Ah. I'm gonna have to ask him. Lunatic Kailaya. TTV. GG, Corvus, GG. It was a good effort. Chases were not long enough, and the build was too strong. Oh. 1 BPS. Envy, you have a question? Do you know anything about Felix the Cat? It wasn't a huge thing in Europe. It wasn't a huge thing. Felix the Cat? Is he a black and white cat? Because in the Netherlands we have cat food. Yes, we do know about Felix the Cat here. Do you as well? We got Felix here. That's Trickster. On this map though. Like, what do you loop on this map against a Trickster? Felix. I mean, he's doing alright. He needs to stop sandbagging me, but other than that, he's holding it together, him. You were researching a rabbit hole? Ah, I see, I see. Don't get lost. Oh, my husband already took the car away. He's such a good soul. Well, David here with his first chase might be winning us this game if we can keep this up, because we've got 2 gens with progress here. And he didn't go down. That's huge. Maybe you need a husband as well. How much does one cost? The good ones or just anyone, Corvus? He doesn't want to heal? Nah, this David, look at him. This David's very strong. He's hugging walls even when he's not in chase. Good one is priceless, that's what I'm saying. I like... Oh, sprint burst. I was like wondering. I'm here. I want my blood points. Thank you. Yeah, I guess that depends on what you need them for. This is fat shame, yeah? Yeah. Weird rock placement, y'all. I have to be honest. That's main event. This game is the difference between a good first chase and a bad first chase. Like, by miles. Do we think he's on like Resi or something? Oh, he wants to heal now. Good, good, good. I'll take my points, thank you. Is that... It's so random. It depends on the player and killer and a bunch of other stuff. 100%, 100%. But a good first chase, Corvus? A good first chase? Makes so much difference. Oh, she's saving her sprint burst. Fair enough. Oh, that's main event on the Sable. What's this pain res? Wiggle! Okay. Okay. She might have, if it was pain resonant, which I don't remember if it was. She might have just tried to go pain res in a final attempt and lost the game because of that wiggle. I mean, she was already losing it. I mean, she could still get a 4K here if we go and try and save this. Let's see what David does here. He's gonna be brave, isn't he? David's gonna go back in. GG no issue. This door is not far, like, honestly. Even against a trickster, this is doable, right? Are we going in, lady? Thank you, darling. Amazing. Food is here. Okay, that was huge. I don't know how we did that, but that was huge. Is she on me? Because I think by now these guys are at the gate. She is here. It was a mistake. That was a good save. That's a 4-man out. That was... Oh, a problem. Why didn't I fall to the side of the gate? That's a problem. Bro, I thought I was gonna like fall to the outside. I did not, in fact, fall. David, there's no point. You have to leave. This was dumb as fuck. I should have gone. If Honey leaves, I Kobe. Hold on. I wanted to give the other TTV their points. David, you have to go. Did you emote? No. It was a throw. It was a throw. It was a 4-man out and I just threw. Hi Sunny, welcome in. How are you? It happens? It rarely happens to me because I'm usually very sensible. This time, not so much. Sunny, thank you for the 15 stream streak. I appreciate you. Threw so hard. I threw so hard. GG's. Jill, are you joining or are you chilling? And his own killer. Need to start a game? I mean, if you want, you don't have to. Quite comfortable at the minute. Oh, Jill already booted. Hold on. Let me eat some food while we wait for Jill to join.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
My husband made pasta. Yeah, it's we have a fusilli pasta with fresh vegetables. Ground beef and red sauce. It's a very nice pasta. It's very warm still though. Sounds amazing. Making spaghetti. I love spaghetti. It's not my husband's favorite, so we eat pasta more these days. Hey yo, Jess, how's you? Sorry, I'm eating. How are you doing? Happy Wednesday. Jess, I'm flying Glasgow on Friday. What's good in Glasgow? Have you been? I mean, Saturday, obviously, we've got HorrorCon. I'm going with Loft. Ew, why would you go there? HorrorCon! I'm taking Loft. So lucky, I know. I mean, it's close for me, right? Fairly. I mean, I booked it late, so... Like, I decided to go, like, 2 weeks ago, I decided to go. The tickets are fine. It's the flight that was, like... expensive. But we're going. Glasgow's really cool. Oh. Good then, because I'm going in early on a Friday. And we're gonna have to fill the whole day doing something. Are you going to PAX, Sunny? Or to TwitchCon? San Diego, right in November? I've driven past, but I've never been to it. Hang on, I got you. Oh. And Loft's got the car, so we can easily get places. We're meeting with Cal at the bar, at a pub at 4 p.m. TwitchCon San Diego. Oh, it's 2 hours. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'm not far from the TwitchCon EU, so that's at the end of the month. I'll be going there. Twins Gaming. Nah, she hella dead. It's very expensive. Yeah. No, I was I know because you were there last year, right? I was in San Diego last year as well, but we didn't know each other then. I went for like 8 days, which is a crazy trip considering a 9-hour time difference. The hotel last year cost you $1,600. How long did you go for, Sunny? And do you just drive up? I'm sorry, we didn't know each other yet. I know, Sunny. I know. Yeah, I booked an Airbnb, which was a lot less expensive. But I stayed for a whole week, right? And I was out of the city. So I had to take Uber into the city every day. You were Friday through Monday? Okay, yeah. I was... I arrived on the Tuesday, I think. Or maybe Wednesday. No, I think Tuesday. And then I left. I left on Tuesday morning. Because Monday I went to that island in front of the... Oh my god, I'm sorry, Jill. Sorry, Jill, I'm throwing. There's no way. Why can't you run around rocks anymore? Am I just incapable? Oh. Parking each day was 60 as well. I went to the that island in front of the city center. It was such a good time. It wasn't the island of Twitch. Apparently the city council building is really cool and you can walk around it. Okay, okay. There are those horse statue things, but I don't know how far up they are. Okay, horse statue things. We're gonna need to look into that. Drummer Witch, good morning. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the daily. Enjoy your treats. Thank you for your 40. Hello, lovely MVP. Hope you're well. Taking moms to her medical appointments today. I'll be lurking. Have a great matches. Thank you, thank you. Good luck with that. I hope Ubering on Monday was good. And thanks for hanging out. The NQ64 arcade bar has retro games and console stuff. Let me make a note of that. NQ64 bar Glasgow. GG, no skill check. The Kelpies, but they're not in Glasgow, but they're huge horse head statues. Oh, we're gonna have to miss out on that. We're gonna have to go next time. $40-minute drive? Yeah, we won't have time. It's not like far. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not far. But it's the planning, right? Because we're arriving early on the Friday. But we're mostly gonna just be like exploring, chilling. We need to check into our apartments. Saturday we're at the con the entire day, right? It opens what? 10 a.m., 10:30? Till what? 4, 5? Then probably drinks with some gamers, catching up with friends. And I'm flying back home on Devour Hope. Hold on. Oh, Thrill. Yeah, it's GG. Yeah, this is GG. I'm gonna try and stick this. Maybe we have a chance. Look at how slow this is. Depends when where you're staying. We're far from the center. Maybe we have a chance. If this is Devour, we have a chance. If. Big if. Haunted Grounds. Yeah, we're cooked. What is this build? Yeah, I'm flying back Sunday morning 10:30, so I have to be at the airport at like 8:30 again. And like 8. Kelpies. Well, thanks though, Jess. And we're going to be looking at that retro bar thing. Alright. Devour's gone. Have you seen airport lines? Our airport lines? No. Is it wild right now? How so? Where is this slug? Ah, upstairs main. You have a trip next week? Thank you, Jess. Drummer Witch, thank you for the lurk and good luck this day. They got moried. Not because of Devour, just because they brought a Mori as well. I mean, if you pull off this build, right? You're probably chilling. Ah, TSA has just been on and off, right? Oh. Ah, it's a full Hex build. She still has Thrill and Ruin. Damn. You, are you seeing, like, friends or family for your trip next week, Sonny? What are you planning? There's a spicy here. I saw it when I was running. My first chase, and I was like, nah, I don't think that's a spicy. It so was a spicy. Friend meeting up? Oh, nice. Nice. Someplace nice? Do you have to fly far? Like, you don't have to, like, go into detail, but, like... Hey, GG, Fire Sam. I fucked up so bad at the beginning, missing the skill checks from the Gen and main, and then the whole Devour, Haunted Ground. Here's the other spicy. They still have Ruin and Thrill up. It's a full boon build. Yeah, sorry, gamer. I was not locked in. Hey, yeah, but GG's. I hope the Blood Moon is treating you well. You're getting good points. And I appreciate you stopping by. Happy Wednesday. Florida, 6 hours, taking a red eye. Going to Disney. Oh, I've been on red eyes. That is rough. There is a flight club in Glasgow. It's like DARS, but fun. Get me out of this game. I'm over it. Can I jump out of the hatch with Victor on my back? I suppose not. Oh. Oops. Well, GG. Good. Hatch. Hatch right here. Yes. Fuck my life, bro. Oh. Do you like baked goods? Yes. Beiji, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the 2 treats. Where is this hatch, y'all? Jess, enjoy your daily doggo treats. There's no hatch. We've looked everywhere. Has Victor found the hatch? This way? Aww. Oh, it was right next to us. GG's. There's a place called the Broken Clock. Okay, but it's like a dessert shop. Oh. Well, they're off the scene. Alright, we go next. Okay, I found the arcade bar. Broken Clock. Glasgow. Oh, this looks good. That looks really good. We're gonna have to go there. Indoor market. Oh, I'm hungry. Hold on. Let me eat some food. Market Square. Merchant. Glasgow. Alright. Merchant Square. Got it. Why are their arms like weird? Who's T-posing? Why do they look like they're trying to be a plane. Who's hacking? Did you guys see that? Back from work, time for DBD. Let's go only. Do you want to hop in? Thank you, Jess. Look, look, look. It's like he's like running around like he's trying to fly. I got the flat, by the way. Oh my god, Paigey. For real? That is huge. I'm so happy for you guys. Wait, where's my camera? Oh my god. Yes, you can send pics. Be careful though, Paigey. Just do DM, right? Just be... Remember, your location should be private. But I'm so happy for you. That's huge. Kinda too tired. Hee. Nice. I almost went round as well. Yeah, I got pasta. My husband made pasta. It's delicious. Only, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Thank you, thank you. I'll send the war location secret. Okay, okay, okay. Me and Ragey are gonna do some celebrating, aka we're gonna suffer DBD. That's a very good place to be, Paigey, to celebrate. Crazy dodging. Skill, Jess. Skill. The big 5. Thank you, only. Oh. I didn't mean to go there. Do you think this plane man can heal me? Oh, I guess not. I guess I'm running. Nah, he wants me. I embarrassed him. You have got to be joking. Oh, I was supposed to drop the pallet and I didn't. Look at him redeeming himself. His honor is saved. He got the Twitch shirt that rolled him earlier. Unbelievable. Jane P50? Let's go. Nia's getting love. Wait, you never had Nia prestige? It's time. Couldn't be me. I don't believe you, Jess. I think 100% could be you. Ashton Lane has cool bars and restaurants apparently. Okay, okay, okay. I'm making a note. This gen is done. Why am I here? Ashton Lane. I saw your message, Jess. Hold on. I'm making a note. Oh, a picturesque pedestrianized cobbled street in Glasgow West End. Oh. Nah, he just walks me down. Okay. Thank you, Jill. Oh, Jill, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make things complicated. Apparently there's a bar in an old cinema. His last pain res? Okay, yeah. I have zero awareness of where anything is. I don't know where Jen is. I don't know where the people are. Is there a Jen? Yes, there is a Jen. Well, the plane man is dead. He would pick you? Well, thanks for saving me. Out of all the inner maps, I think I dislike this one the most because I always feel lost here. Oh man, I understand that. I think I prefer this one over Midwich though, Mr. Fox. I think for me, I have to say Midwich is the one I hate the most. I like the game. Larry's is growing on me. No, I die. Sad times. The game one's my favorite, yeah, for me as well. Grosvenor Cafe. Hold on. Thank you, with Jill. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Jill. Thank you. He's gonna go for the 4K. He knows where everyone is now. Hi, Rusty Rabbit. Welcome in. How are you? Okay, she gets the pool. Okay. Yes. Yes. We're still going. Happy Wednesday, how are you? Finally caught you live? Indeed! Finally! Which team were you on time trials? Oh, I should have hit that grades. I don't make this. Nice, I make this. Ah, the OnlyFans. You were with Moon then. Was Moon on the OnlyFans team? And Val's? I think Val's won. Vasek? Yeah, Val's. Oh yes, and Sparky. Oh cool. Hi Hex, how was your afternoon? I saw you come to say hi earlier. You didn't have sound, but it was nice for you to pop by. And thank you for the 5 stream streak. Let's go. Hex, enjoy your doggo treat. Thank you so much for the redeem. Ah. Yes, you swing. I don't know what to do. I think I just die, honestly. Yeah, there's no pellet here. Chee! Sidestep, sidestep. Ah, there's no way. I almost got away with that, bro. The thing was, we were practicing for the first time after the first match, but we had amazing comms. That's great. I mean, if you're gaming with people that know what they're doing, Rusty Rabbits, it's half the work. Like, you don't all have to be juicers. I had a chance to the week after the time trials, I played with a delegation of the Women's Guild, which I literally joined the Women's Guild in January, and the Sunny who was in chat here was one of the people that I met, and we hadn't played together ever. And after the first round, people were saying like that we were the favorites to take the win. That's how good we were playing, and people were like, "Oh, did you guys know each other before? Because your chemistry is so good, and you played together." And we were like, "No." We literally just met. Sorry, gamers, I'm gonna have to run a quick ad break before we go into the next game. Hope matches are going well. It's hit and miss. It's hit and miss. I'm having fun. I'm good, Rabbits. I'm doing well, thank you. We're chilling. Also, I'm close for Leon and Jill to be 100, Jill's be 86, and Leon's be 90. See, we were talking about this on Monday, right? Main building hatch. Alright, let's go. Hold on. Okay, ad done. Okay, that was fast. We were talking about this on Monday, right? That we were saying you get so many prestigious, you will easily get your P100s. Why does my eye look so weird? Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. Oh my god, you have amazing hair. I love it. Thank you. I love it too. It's gray. I was gray, very young. And in December, I dyed my hair for the first time. And I'm loving the pink. It's here to stay. It's making me very happy. So thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm doing well. Busy weeks. Real gray? Yeah. No, it's gray hair. It's all me. Just gray hair. The dark is still like leftover dark before I started to grow it out. Cause this is my natural color. My eyebrows deep dark brown. But yeah. None left, only gray. I'm gonna go back to lurk and go eat some dinner. Habakam DVD. Alright, you gotta get on that grind. Let's go. In the same place in the West End, there's a place called Hill Head Book Club, and it looks amazing and it's cheap. Oh. I'm gonna have to make a note of that. Hi Dim, welcome in, happy Monday. Oh, a ghoul the ghoul. How is your Wednesday going? So you were also an 80s child? I am, yes. What the heck? I want to get grey now. I'm glad I inspire you. It took a lot of getting used to. Because being grey at a young age is like frustrating. But learned to embrace it and I've just went with grey. Fuck it. It's grey. It's what it is. Okay. Hillhead Book Club. Sorry, I was talking to you about my week. Crazy busy week. Hillhead Book Club Glasgow. It's already given it to me. Okay. Oh, this looks really cool. Okay, we're gonna have to go there. Hey yo, Lunik, GG, well played. Good game. I had fun. Some good chases, some good dodges. Nice blight skin. I hope the Blood Moon treats you well. Get lots of points. And I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have good games. Yeah, so I was saying, sorry, so crazy busy week, because last week I was like up to here with work. I got no gaming in. Then this week I can only stream today and I stream Monday. Because tomorrow I have to be at the office the whole day, as I always am on Thursdays. I mean, we just did 3 gens. Oh, he's slugging. Wait, what? I picked you. I got that Wiglif. I got that Wiglif gaming. I'm not scared. I picked you. And Friday, I am flying to Glasgow for HorrorCon. And that's why Jess Chat here is helping me out. Finding some recommendations of stuff that we're going to be doing there. Because I'm going with my best friend. My duo, Loftus, is joining me. And it's our first time in Glasgow. I'm fine, you're just having dinner. I was supposed to start to got gray spots. In the beard? Oh, I bet. It's not a bad thing though. Okay. People are just juicing. Maybe I should just chill and do gens. I don't know. You really like light hair, but to keep it white is hard because your hair is fragile. Yeah, so the only thing you can do is henna. So I have ginger for now to not damage it more. Okay, but that's good. That's good. You gotta look after, like, your hair being... Oh, they're still slugging again. Nah, this game is ours. You gotta look after your hair. You want it to be, like, healthy. Not too much hair dye. Yeah, sorry, I'm bombarding Mike with recommendations. Yes, I'm loving it. That's so nice of you, Jess. Do you think they have Parmo in Glasgow, Jess? Or no? Scotland is nice. I was there last year. In March, I was staying in Glasgow and you visited Edinburgh. Oh, you're not from the north, are you, Jess? Parmo. I always get Parmo when I'm with Fabio and Mina. It's a northern dish. Like a chicken parmesan, but like it's Parmo with bechamel. How are the games? They're not as good now because you're not here, Lucky. Come play with me in jail real quick. While we juice the ghoul. My games could be better, Lucky. If you hop on. Good chase, Jill. Holy hell. Yeah, so I'm going HorrorCon on Saturday, so I'm flying Glasgow for the first time. We don't have a whole lot of time to do sightseeing, but we're doing. I thought you'd be fully Swift. No, I was duoing with Clove. And she hopped off an hour ago. So I did some solo, and now Jill's hopped on. And now you're hopping on as well. The ghoul chasing the other ghoul. Yes. If I die, we have a problem. Yeah. Shit! Please get them up! Please have Wiglif. Try some fish and chips if you have a chance. Yes, fish and chips is good. Thank you, Jill. Thank you. You love finding quirky things to do? So many good things to do. Do you think I can... I just unhook them. I've been to UK before. I do like to eat fish and chips. And Loft's gonna take me for a full English breakfast because I love that. Do we reset? Oh, she's going for gates? Alright. We heal. Points. Apparently, there's a haunted building. I'm already going to HorrorCon, Jess. Maybe I don't need to go to a haunted building. I mean, I heal her. I don't know. But features some horror show? Really? And it shows a sport bar in the West End? Friends? Really? If he swings, you fall out. I don't know why I didn't fall out of the map with that trickster. Oh, it's Emergent City? I have that tab already. Okay, okay, we have a chance here. Hold on, I ate my food. Even with Chlorophobia, the amount of pickups we got from the floor, that's wonderful. Lucky's trying to convince the random to bring points. Let's see if they have any luck. He used Nightlight speedrun build, but I used the can't slug if you can't down my tech on him. Right? You went down a rabbit hole where you're back. Were you looking into the haunted house? Be honest. Well, that Michaela brought an escape cake. I guess she don't want to be friends with us. He almost never used a power grab, only tried cutting off. Yes, that's the only thing he did. I noticed that as well. Corrupt. Oh, Jill fell down the building. She's following me. Oh, get me out! I'm gen rushing. Hold on. Yeah, she wants to die first, Hook. Yes, she said she's looking into the haunted building. Oh no. Jess, how's your hair looking these days? Did you re-dye it? Oh my god, did Lucky bring the Gigaboom? Do we think that Michaela's gonna DC? A little pain resonance on the ghost face? Yes, yes. Bro, I took this so wide. I don't know where he went. What's he doing? Oh, he's stalking me. Oh, fuck me, I guess. Come on. Come on. Oh, fuck's sake. I hate this killer. What is this skill? Like, what? You staring at each other. I get nothing and he gets exposed on me. It's so boring. I fucking hate it. I bought a house. I can't spend money on my hair. Okay, that's fair enough. Micah, let me tell you, exercise is a scam. Oh, they said if I run, then I'll be skinny. Oh no, you didn't fall for that old trick, did you, Jess? You don't like Legion either? Yeah, but with Legion, at least, Sonny, you have a chance. You can counter their power. You can work together as a team to face him. You know, you take the fucking frenzy hits. With Ghostface, there's nothing you can do. I hate it. I've been running and I'm not skinny. Maybe we're not meant to be skinny, Jess. Did you consider that? I hate Ghostface, guys. I almost never get tilted like this, but this is just so shit! Like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, fuck, get me out of this game. I've been told I have to be skinny, so I never considered that I wasn't meant to be, right? Also, you're joking. Yes, good. You did shave your nipples running today, though. I don't think I know what that word means. Did you injure yourself running? Chafe. Ah, yes, friction burn on the bra. Okay. That makes more sense. Get out of my way. Thank you, Jill. I have nothing to loop here, by the way, so it's GG's. I mean, it was already GG's. Yeah, I'll catch you later, bitch. Hey Pixel, welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 2 treats. Like, how my thighs have been rubbed, but then I ran and now my nipples. Yes, I understand. I have the thigh problem as well. Jess, you know what I did? I promised myself, like, 8 years ago, that I would never make myself run ever again. And it's been a blessing. I just don't have to run. And it's such a relief to not have to run. It's like... So I play field hockey, right? But that running for field hockey has a purpose. Because we're like, there's teamwork and there's strategy. I don't mind running for field hockey. And I don't mind getting active. Like, I work at the horses. I am, like, doing the work there. And I don't mind. I just, it's running specifically. Like not like an actual marathon, but like... running like what you do when you're like practicing or when you're running for a marathon. Just like running in the street for exercise. It just makes me very upset and angry and frustrated. So I just made a promise to myself. I will never make myself run ever again. And it's been a big relief. Honestly. You're good? How's your day so far? It's good. You've caught us at an interesting time. I'm ranting over this Ghostface game. And I'm sharing experiences about running that I have in my life. But other than that, we're good. And also, my eye is weird. And I don't know why. It looks... There's something off with my lash. I don't like it. Yeah, games are good. We're getting good points. I'm trying to get a P50 Dwight today. I had a wonderful collab earlier with my friend Clove from Spain. She's an absolute juicer. So I had a really good time gaming with her. And, yeah, we're just doing some more... That Lucky got stuck. Oh, that was funny. Yeah, we're just doing some more games with some of my team members. We got Lucky here and Jill is on the gate on the other side. How long will we be live today? So, officially till 7, which is half an hour, but I'm nowhere near my 5 million blood points that I want. So, I'm thinking at least an hour and a half. I'm thinking 8 p.m. And if I get really frustrated with the games, I might end. And if we're still getting really good points by the end, I keep going. Dim, I don't know if that helps you. Normally we're on a pretty set schedule, but today I'm gonna play it by ear. Yeah, we're not... She brought escape cake, like... I mean, there's nothing you can do here either. We don't know where the ghost face is. Red herring, pebble, illusion, and blast mine. A hit on hook and a hatch underneath the dead body. GG, well played. Good luck next. Dodge me next time, please. Thank you. Alright, I'm done playing Talita. We're pulling out. Hey, yo, GG, well played. I hope the Blood Moon is treating you well. I had Botany on, I think. I hope you're getting good points, good games. I appreciate you stopping by. GG, you were the Lara. Lucky, you cracked me up. I hear you. Look, I've never ever been a runner, but this time I'm actually enjoying it. Okay, that's good though, Jess. I can respect it. It's boring for sure. I absolutely hear you. You've tried running many, many times in my life, and I've hated every second, but this time I'm actually enjoying it, which is crazy. That is crazy. But I hear more people say that they never liked it and now they're kind of like into it and it's growing on them. The Lara was juicing, not gonna lie. Nice. Good one, Jill. Good one. Oh, no GG. You were the pellet at 7. No GG, you weren't thrown. Oh. Running isn't costly. That is true. You can just do it anywhere, anytime. You just need a pair of running shoes, right? Comfortable. Hatch at Shack? We should have dodged, man. I will have a look if you're still alive at 11. What the fuck? Lucky's not happy with this Hatch at Shack discussion. If I see you in my next game, I will pre-drop. We're pre-dropping the pellet at 7. Is that the mission? Like, actually? Are we dropping the pellet at 7? Pre-dropping? Is there a pellet at 7? This is 11? We're gonna have to find out. Undying. Undying. Ah, I go here. Who's in chase over there? Oh no, spirits. Micah, you had my loft boarded up today, and you were flirted with. They said, "Where are you from? I really love your accent." And I panicked and I said, "Thanks, I grew it myself." Oh my god. That sounds familiar. That could have been me, honestly. I'm just, it's a good thing I met my husband 13 years ago and that we're kind of like still together. Oh, I thought I was juicing. I was not. I hate spirits. So I don't have to worry about flirting and stuff like that. I think you did well though, Jess, considering the circumstances. I think that's a really witty reply if you think about it. And a person that's gonna recognize it and respect it, that's the one you're gonna wanna go move forward with. They're out there, I believe. It was 8:30 in the morning. Honestly, they were lucky my brain was even turned on. Yeah, that's fair. Why does Jonah feel like really fast when he's running? Am I hacking? Check if you can do the T-pose flapping. The plane move? We're gonna have to look into it. That's how you know if you're hacking? Okay. I'm good. I'm not hacking. Oh. She'll never expect that I'm hiding next to the gen. She was checking edge map, guys. That's funny. I'm not seeing any planes. I didn't see them either. Geo can't go for the unhook. They need to stick their gen because of Ruin. I can go for this unhook. My medkit is somewhere. Go back to my gen. Nah, this Adam is a knower. Ruin in this economy? Nah, Ruin is perk of the year 2026. And it's only April. Imagine. Christ. Ah, I found a spicy. It's right there in the corner. Fuck me. Oh no! Well, GG's. To me. Shadow Step, bro. Shadow Step is where it's at. Ruin is 5 tile. Yeah, I saw it when I was looping there. Do they know how expensive Petro is? I don't think they know. Yeah, she is really good. Are you kidding me, bitch? Oh my god, you guys are amazing. Thank you, Jill. I like this gamer. I mean, it's a weird decision to bring a hatch offering during an event for blood points, but he's alright. This gamer's alright. That much I can tell you. Hey, my medkit's here. Nice. Wasting all the dinosaur juice on regressing gens. Yeah, it should be illegal. You love 60 ping? Now he could be hacking, Jess. What do you think? Nah, it's me. I'm just not strong enough. That's what we have to, like... Oh, well, I guess I'm going edge map. I just died. He did do a forward plane. I saw it. Okay, I'm grabbing a snack from downstairs. I'll be right back. I don't know that he makes this. I don't know that he makes this. That is so clever. I would not have expected that. That was so clever. We went WinCon! GG! Good job, Lucky. Well played. And Jill, thank you so much for looking after me. You guys are amazing. Yeah, she played well. She knew what she was doing. I hate going against Spirit like that because they're good. They're just better, you know? He's just better. Hi! Amor? Amora? Adam, you played so well. GG's. That was a really good game. Sorry, I'm not great against spirits. But you're an excellent teammate. GG's. I think that the killer, they played really well. Like, they knew what they were doing. I hope you're having a good blood moon. I hope you're getting good points. And I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're having a great Wednesday. It was a good game. New map. Corrupt. Trickster. Yes, I found a gen. Excellent. Famous. Everywhere I ran was a long wall. I know. This map. Yeah, I know. It's either a really short tile with a useless pallet or a long wall and you just die. I know. Well, unlucky. Okay, res. The way she just came back to Hook and was like, yes! I go back to Hook, GG, no problem. Chase Jill off my gen again. Huh. I'm not sure why she left her gen. I'll do it. I do this gen. No issue. Oh, apparently I can't do this gen. How did Lucky get in the mix of that? Damn.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming.
Oh,
raid
no,
incoming.
this is so bad. And thank you so much for the raids. How was the rest of your Hunters games? Welcome in. I can't believe this. Hi! Welcome in, W rating Pete! It was good, I'm glad. You got 4 million blood points, let's go. Are you putting them all in Dwight? Yeah, I'm a controller. I'll tell you the story, Sunny, in a second here. Gamers, welcome in. If you came in with the raid with N and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm a partner with Behavior. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DVD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. I had the pleasure of playing games with N earlier today. It was such a good time. So, and thank you so much for taking your community here. Everything in Dwight, P21, let's go, let's go. Yeah, Sunny, when I was introduced to Dead by Daylight, I started playing on Nintendo Switch. I didn't have a console, I didn't have a PC. I got my hands on a second-hand Nintendo Switch, and I started playing on, yeah, for a year. 2,500 hours. And then I realized that Nintendo Switch sucks for DVD. Like, I couldn't look over rocks. I couldn't turn my camera. And then I bought a second-hand PlayStation. A PS4. I played 2 more years on PlayStation. And then a year and a half ago, when Cross Progression came along, I bought a gaming PC. Do you have head on? But I'm still on controller. I cannot make the switch to mouse and keyboard gaming. I have for Killer though. You know this. Because for Killer it's so much easier on mouse and keyboard. We've spoken about this, Sonny. You can join Anne, where I'm with Jill and with Lucky, if you want to play some more games. I thought you were gonna, because you're rated out, I thought you were gonna hop off for food. I mean, you already had your food. I don't know what I was thinking. But you're welcome to hop back in, Anne. We have 1 spot. Yeah, cool. You did have food, I remember now. Is someone dead? Yes, I have to go for the save. Oh. Baked potatoes. Baked potatoes, bean and pork chop. Oh my god. I would so eat that, and in fact, let me make a note. I'm gonna eat it next week. But I'm not gonna eat pork chops though, because I don't like them. I like meatballs. So I'm gonna eat baked potato, beans and tomato sauce, and meatballs. I think that's a really good idea. It was great, I bet. Baked potatoes were really crispy and soft from the inside. Love that. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh, agitation, okay. You had more veggies though? You love your veggies? What kind of veggies would you eat with that? Oh no! Is it DS? No. Lucky I was WPing Gamer. I was hoping that she would chase me and I was gonna go around. Oh. And bait the head on. Good effort though. Beans with tomato sauce, but that's I was thinking your veggies more. I mean, that's not really. I mean, that's not veg. My mom would not call that veggies. Not that she's an authority. Oh, are we going for the 4K? Yes. No. Oh, I just died. Okay. She can never catch me here if I go fast enough. Oh, unlucky. GG's. We met WinCon! Let's go! Lucky, you're so funny. You were hungry, you ate it all? Anything over 30? I mean, Lucky, that sucks because how often do you even get anything under 30 if you're honest? Almost never, right? Oh my god, I just got into a killer lobby and the person that I see is Adrian the Goat. I'm not sure if you know them. I'm not sure if I know them, Hex. You know them? You love veggies, love green beans too, and salad and spinach, all sorts? Nice. Oh, your mom does? Yeah, no, my mom wouldn't call beans a vegetable. But yeah, tomato sauce. I mean, tomatoes a vegetable, right? Officially it's a fruit, no? You're full now, solid meal? Yes, I agree. I bet. Oh, you follow them? Oh, that's cool. You see them in your lobby. That's cool. I was here lurking. I supported you. I see you.
Princess_Steffi followed your channel.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy Wednesday. Making sure to refresh your alerts. I seen. I had you tabbed as well, gamer. Watch you play some Huntress. Oh my god. Why is it Ghostface Day today? I am sick. You thought you already followed? I just noticed I didn't. Well, we found each other in the end. I'm glad that you're here. Welcome in. Yeah, that was Jew. It was Jew, guys. A good old Bainras Deadmans. It was Jew. He back to Hook? It looks like it. They left their chase with Lucky to go back to Hook. Now this is what I don't understand. The killer's objective, right, is to down a survivor. So when you're already in chase, following a survivor that you can down, why would you leave that chase to go back to Hook to down a survivor? I don't understand. If you're camping, proxy camping, if you don't have a lead of where any other survivor is, I understand it. But leaving an active chase? I will never understand it. They're unlucky. Left the active chase to go back to Hook. Oh, he's sneaking. Get me out of this game! Bitch. I don't know. Can I? I hate Ghostface, guys. It's boring as fuck. They're playing boring. I just don't want anything to do with it, honestly. Da-da! That's a Paymans again. Paymans Deadmans. Yeah, I know, Lucky. Can he expose me through this window from all the way over there? I'm not letting go of this. Oh, he's right here. Yeah, he's here. Oh my god. It's so boring. It's like, it requires zero skill, no strategy, nothing. Literally nothing. Oh my god, it's so boring. Oh. Fuck him up! Oh, I guess that didn't work. Crazy work. DVD always gets people in a happy mood. I generally don't get so upset about this game. But Ghostface gets me out. Exclamation mark out in chat. Out. Look at him. He's sneaking. He's back here, him. Excuse the ad break, gamers. We will be right back. And Bubba? I don't mind Bubba. I understand, Baba. I understand why people play them. I understand how to go against them. I don't mind, Baba. Ghostface? It's gotta be the most boring thing. Get me fucking out of this game, for fuck's sake. I don't even know where he is, like, literally. Where is he even, like, sitting right now? Oh, it's so fucking annoying. I can't play this game, bro. You're just like... Cool! Nah, Cool goes hard, for real. For real, for real. I have a dislike to Blake, but it's mostly that I get that feeling that I'm gonna puke. Yes, I understand that. And a lot of people have that, right? That makes total sense. Like, that makes absolute total sense. Oh. Of course, mid-chase, you're staring him down. Exposed, because that's normal. That's just normal. I don't know. Get me out. Get me out. Glad someone else shares my disdain for Ghostface. We're only a few though. People love Ghostface. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's miserable. Absolutely awful. You hate playing Clown? But I know I have to. I have 68 Cobbler. Clown is a good game though. I like playing Clown. Highways, welcome in. How was your Easter weekend in the Netherlands? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 29. Yeah, the tea bags. It's so... it's uncalled for. It's, I feel summoned and hurt. Well, you know how we feel about Ghostface here, Ways. You had 0 interaction with the killer. Imagine. You had on them at Shack, though. Time to snipe? Nah, Toba, you wouldn't. Just don't play fucking Ghostface, okay? We'll play you. As long as it's not Ghostface. This time I want Tunnel Chilio out. That fuck. That was in Love Stream, no? That is so funny. Do you like Master? Yes, I do. Your Easter was great. Great food and company. And good weather, I think, Ways. I mean, we had good. I'm sure you're lovely, but Ghostface isn't it? That's really fair, Phoenix. That really is. You made a blind DC at 5 gens. Were you looping the house down? Don't make me lock in every game now, right? Funny part is, I wasn't even sniping. Yeah, I mean, that happens, right? We got Glenny once. They weren't sniping. We even got locked as our 4th survivor when we were 3-stacking once. Now that was like... A hoot? Is there a gen here? A singularity. Okay. What? Didn't he just put a blob somewhere? How was he already on me? Okay. Yeah, that was dumb as fuck. The good news is it's not so bad, because there's no way this man plays Singularity, you know? Ain't no way. Of course. LOL. Ha! Where is the fucking blob? I don't even see anything. Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, nah, he's chasing something. Excellent. GG's. Love to see it. It's not gonna be like the Singer Scrims. Funny part is, oh yeah, sorry, when I'm snapping, you were talking about the. I remember you were talking about Love Stream. Where am I removing these blobs? There was stuff over here, no? I don't know. Bro, I missed out on that blob right there. That sucks! Okay, let me heal. I don't know. Yep, there he is. Is the skin? It is the skin you use? So technically we were super close to facing you then, Koba. If you think about it. I don't think you can get me here. I was fearing it would be bad weather because it was gray on Thursday and Friday, but visit good golf, nice. Saturday I was lucky that the sun peeked out of the gray clouds every now and then. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, we have a whole lot of gen progress here. Crap! Actually, oh, it's a different body, so never mind. Okay. Is it just a bloody normal body with the funny cartoon head thing? MFG? Oh my god, that was a really good pickup, Jill. I don't know if I was supposed to take that vault. Here, snap it, you know? You need your dead art. Why would you take it off? We know you need your dead art. I was about to say, when we were talking about the fun facts yesterday, right, Jill? I was thinking it should be something to do with dead art. Oh, you got it now, you mean because Hope. Yeah, I don't know what the big issue is with dead art. Like, we should just have 3. Just start with the dead art. And then a new one for each hook. Oh shit, I didn't need to go here. Nice. What the fuck? Looking for gates. Lucky's miles away on a gate. I'll go there. I think he's done, honestly. Lucky is out. Yes, very good choices. And Lucky was cranking gens. Like a maniac. He ate your Blast Mine Champion of Light twice and never kicked a gen since? That's funny, actually. I usually struggle against Larry, that's why I call him Larry. Yeah. But it was good. It was a good game. Good teamwork. Love to see it. Lucky, are you okay? I had a cookie and like, you know, like the cookies met witte chocola from the supermarket. Like from the bakery. Yeah, it's like a witte chocola. I don't know, it's something raspberry or something? I don't know. Cranberry, raspberry, something like that. What was dinner? Pasta. We had a pasta fusilli pasta with witte chocola. Met gehakt with veggies, tomato sauce. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, solid dinner indeed. I think so. LG, you Gen Rush. Okay, Lucky, let's go. Lucky hates this game, but every day for an hour, maybe 2, they play with friends, but they hate this game. Oh my god, that Gen is flying. Deadlock? Oh no, Lucky's in chase. Uh-oh. Oh, he had no idea. Oh! Whoa. That's not right. Okay. He swung blind at a pellet that I wasn't at. M1, right? He's never using his chainsaw again. Oh! Oh, I got stuck. I wasn't sure what you had. I was going for the slow vault on the pallet, but I never made it. But it was a flashbang. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. He stopped using the chainsaw entirely. He's M1. It's too hard on this map. It really is. Only pro billies love this map. Yeah. Holy Kobe! Wait, what? Was someone actually... It's not a Kobe, because there's no luck offering. Was someone actually down in basement? Did you get anti-camp? Into the adrenaline! I had no idea, gamer. I had no idea. I had no idea. Shit. Shit. Oh. Sorry, Jill, that was my fault. I thought we were doing a quick pickup. Where is Anne? Glenny! Glenny, I missed you yesterday. Glenny, I missed you today. How is Retro Rewind? And welcome in. How are you doing? Are we just standing there? That's fine. You completed the Retro Rewind. Gamers, it's time to go. Oh my god, did you just dead hard that? Did you just dead hard that, Gilio? Gilio Star. Was that a dead hard? Shit! So close. It was BT still, but that was huge. You still had BT. Excellent. We almost got out. Thank you for the games. Lucky. Thank you for games. I appreciate you hopping in. Kill the goats. Nah, for real. Thank you for hopping on. I love gaming with you, Lucky. You know this. You know this. I love a spicy end game, guys. That's so good. It's just so good. Yes, it's always fun with Lucky. Guys, I want to go till 5 mil. We have 1 mil to go. It's at least another hour. Who's stacking with us? Glenny, are you gaming? You need points, gamer, you know it. Anti-cameras and adrenaline. I was like, what? What a miracle. I love that. It was wild. You tried some DVD yesterday, thought it wasn't my day, and I was like, I'm going on Retro Rewind. I saw you were on Retro Rewind. I saw it on the Discord. I was like, oh, that is enough of DVD. Enough. Last millisecond. Yeah, that was GG well played. Y'all popped it as I was unhooked. Perfect. Perfect. Billy had enough of you. You got the Bish hook? That basement was unlucky. Very unlucky. Ugh. I can get 5 mil. I can get to 5 mil in 5 games, right? 5 games, it's an hour and a half max. Your curses, you assume people have DS. That's funny. And Lucky was waiting to pop the gen for the unhook because they saw the anti-cam. Meanwhile, I was just there sitting, asking myself how the hell she got off that hook. Like a dumbass. Ooh, I like these points. The killer's bringing points. The random's bringing points. That's good stuff. Y'all juice so well. W teamwork? Thank you, Only. I think it was good teamwork. Did you play some games? Were you on Killer, Only? I saw you were online. You ran for unhook and saw the anti-cam. Oh. Yeah, I had no idea. I was not... Ivanite. Paying attention. Okay, let me get on the gen. You're out of cakes? That's a lie. You had 2,000 cakes on Talita. You're lying. Well, she's dead. You did a few games, but I want to just chill. House flipper. Oh, nice. A bit less intense games. Yeah, after a long day of work, I can imagine. Wait, somebody... Look at these planks. Somebody shut the basement with wooden planks. What is this? What is this? It's a little bit of... Oh, that sucks. That sucks so bad. Nowhere to hide? Barbecue? Something. Long day work with crazy workload, gotta finish rest on Friday? Okay, I understand. Ugh. Oh no! Look at him! GG's. Plot twist. Nice juking, Jill. I see you. I got stuck. Shit. Ah, that always hits, yo. Alien Instinct. Sorry, coming through. How did that hit me? And careful, he's here. It was a good plan until now. I'm sorry, gamer. I could do nothing to help you. I vaulted twice! How does he still catch up? Well, I'm getting no fucking points for this shitty ass game. I'm annoyed. She's getting good points here. Altruism. Nice. Good chase again, Jill. You're gonna go still have a good stream. Go get sad as much as I can. Thank you so much, Only. Have a chill rest of your day. Are they not chasing? Oh, they're on N. You hate Knight? Really? I don't hate him. I just... It's that fast guard. The one that's like downing me all the time. And I'm like, what the fuck? Took the hit for it, yeah, but it got you killed. I don't think you realized he was right behind us. Fuck, Jill, I thought you had DS. Why does he know everything? Of course that hits. Wait, should I... Jump down? He jumped down. I was yelling, please get me out of this game. Oh no. I'm just running for my life the entire game, bro. All I'm doing is running. All I'm doing is running this game. She's got his tricks down though. She's running everywhere. I would have gone for her in basement, you know, no issue. This is a very unfortunate guard. Well, fuck me, I guess. Moving on. This is just a fucking boring game, that's it. That's it! Do I see BP? BP? We have a lot of BP here. I'm going to 5 mil. I want Dwight P50 today. Because I don't have time to play tomorrow. Or, did you want to play Survivor with us, Toba? So glad they brought the fidget spinner. Yeah, me too. It's so funny, right? How they must have been like, why do we have this? Nobody needs this. And then they take it away and everybody's like, why have you taken this from me? Oh shit. Hop in next game, Toba. I didn't realize you wanted to survive with us. Survivor pudding. Hey, all the survivors brought points though. The Sweats joint also just got called a skillless killer. How is AKA Nurse? Since when? Is Nurse the skillless killer? Hello? That's not how I remember it. Oh, Dookie Man. Where's Loftus when you need him? They got two tapped, even with you. But like, oh, actually. You're on BPS? Yeah, BPS is fine. I was expecting an escape cake from the random. DMS. Thank you, Granny. I hope your hospital game is fun today. On ping? No, 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 no. I was just out of that shock, man. $200 ping? Yeah, I was already getting a symbol, killer lag symbol. 200 ping. Why are we VPNing? Yeah, 200 ping it is. Nice. Famous, right? No. Is it Merciless Storm or something? Or... Oh my god, I think we both hit a great skill check at the end there. That got us to Jen. I have a feeling that Jill's got multiple gens on the go here. Bayres. Speedy Boone. Oh, he has no shame. He's going straight back to N. It was Deathhook, by the way. I was too far. Nah, he just wants an easy win, and there's nothing you could have done. He likes easy mode gaming. Two deviants, maybe. Possibly. Some people are just too spicy for the doctor. You're not wrong, Phoenix. You're not wrong. Why am I always in that fucking shock zone, man? Nah, he's going to Nancy's gen. Yeah, she was still there. Why are we bringing him back to Hook? Oh, he doesn't care. Okay. Oops. Back broken. That is hell. We're not making it out of this game, you know. He's hitting further than those astronauts by the moon. It's everywhere. Okay, this is a big map, right? He can't shock me if I'm deep map. It's true. Oh, he saw that, didn't he? Oh no. Oh. Oh no, I have nothing here. That's right here! Right here! Fuck my life, bro. Oh my god. Survival 0! That makes sense. Thomas, thank you for the 10! What a way to introduce yourself into my survivor lobby. Let's go. Oh, he's gone comp. He's got the Adam. He's bringing the comp Adam. Oh, we're gonna have to run a quick ad break, guys. We're doing it now so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads and I appreciate your support for the channel. No, it's Pubs Adam. Don't worry. Alright. Oh, Gilio is bringing the Sable. You know what that means? Now he's gaming. Oh, he's got the fog vial. Nah, you are funny with that. I wouldn't dare bring that, like, ever, but... I had fun yesterday when you brought it. Yes, Killer bought points. Let's go. We love to see it. Candy Sable. I'm gonna level Sable on anniversary if Behavior decides to still do cakes. We are spending an awful lot of time on this map today. This is my 4th game on the Ormond Lake Mine. Who is that? Nemi? I don't mind. I mean, Glenny, it's up in the air, honestly, if you think about it. They don't have to go back to doing cakes. Maybe I'll talk to Behavior and HorrorCon on Saturday real quick. Teach them about the importance of cakes. Maybe I do that real quick. Oh, that's so unlucky. Merciless Storm. Fuck me! Teehee. He's got Merciless Storm and Hysteria. Good job, Anne. Nice looping, Jill. No pain res, I don't think. Oh. Alright, the trade, I think. Oh, Starstruck. Ain't no way. I fell. Look at these two gens right here next to each other. Okay, he chases Toba. I go for the pool. Nice. Starstruck is lethal, by the way. It's a good chase, Toba. He almost got away with it. I see that fog vial. Nice. We don't crack under pressure here in this house. He can't see shit. He's going shack, and unlucky. Come here. Is that zombie gonna go down the hole? It's fast as fuck. We need to go. Do you have a beam? No. We have a fog vial. I forgot. Excellent. I don't think it works. Oh fuck, I forgot about Starstruck. Hold on, let me leave. Hysteria and Starstruck. I think he's on to something. Because you don't hear him coming and then BAM! You're one shots. He could be on to something. Are we 3 gens? Oh shit! I was gonna sebo this hook. Do we have Shack here? No. Huh. Oh, I just died. Oh, I'm fine. I was gonna sabo the hook, but I didn't see it. Nice soul. Any imposters today? None so far. Like their in-game name was literally Solier, like yours. And I go check their profile. And they're from the Netherlands. And I'm like, ain't no way! Soul is in my game! That's huge! So I'm slapping her butt, right? In game. And I'm like nodding at her. And then I text you after the game. Like she ignored me and I'm like, okay, like Soul is like a very serious gamer. She just takes DBD more serious than me. She's like, go for the unhook, get on the jet. And I'm like, okay, I can play with you. I lock in. And then I text you after that game and you're like, I haven't been on DBD in a week. And I'm like, oh, so that wasn't you. I see. I see. I didn't know, Soul. I got confused. Soup on Steam. Oh. I didn't know. I find it funny too. It was funny. If you think about it, it was really funny. I got starstruck from that. I gotta go hide a little bit. The fact they were Dutch, that's why. Like, I never check people's name, let alone check their Steam profile. And I'm like, wait, this could be Soul. Oh, gamer, we have to go and full send it. Nice, GG. Oh, my eye is killing me. I think Toba was out at the other gate. Yes, GG. Starstruck Merciless Storm. Oh, Thrilling Tremors? I didn't see. Okay, good points. We love to see it. Almost 400,000. Excellent, excellent. Oh, I was gonna say GG. Everybody left. I'm alone. I'm like alone over here. You locked in with the Merciless? Nah, you really did. I saw you. Okay, 4.7. I think 2 more games. Maybe 3. I'm kind of vibing. And I'm really happy that y'all came to play with me. Stacking points. So I can get my 10 prestigious today. What happened to your eye? I think my my false lash is just like poking the inner corner of my eye. And usually I stream like 4 to 5 hours, right? Yeah, we played before stream too, but I didn't have my lashes on then. And now we're almost like 6.5. And I think my eye is like, I've had enough. No more. That's why. Yeah, I know, Anne. And if I don't have plans like today, I'm happy to invite you for games. I didn't know if you were on Killer. I didn't want to interrupt you, but it worked out. It worked out. Yeah, the Killer with the pudding. No hooks, Tuba. No hooks for the Killer, no points for them. Very sweet to ask. I loved it. Yeah, me too. It was a good time, and then Love joined, so it was all good. There's nothing in Shack. Like, nothing. Why is Toba running really fast this way? Ah, that's why. This is a tree. Oh, they almost finished that gen, but she interrupted them. Yeah, why is she leaving you hanging? I thought you had a good thing going, Toba. I swear, I was like, okay. Toba and Huntress all game. And then, no. They just left you. Just like that. I still get the gen though. I gotta go. Why is that gen blocked? Why is this rock so bad? I can't see. Does she not use her headshots? Is she an M1? Oh, 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 oh. That pallet did not come down. Flashbang? Say? Good effort. Did she not use her headshots? Is she just like an M1 and she just runs after you? I don't like that. Oh, Grim. Okay, that's why. Yeah, I saw it, Soba. I saw it. I was like, wait a minute, why is that gen blocked? It was Grim Embrace, yo. Thank you. Get your points. She's coming back here. I should not be dying for a Jin. I should not be dying. Nah, it's just what? It's just M1s. Jill, thank you. Jill, you're so brave. Oh, I see why they're not doing that. I understand why they're not using their headshots. I get it now. Nice, that was a good shot. I had nowhere to go. Oh, you almost had that too. Nah, I die. Thomas, so sneaky. Thomas, so sneaky, guys. Nah, they must have saw your sleeve. Nice, Toba. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, you guys are all taking hits. Is she committing to Toba? No. Oh man. Uh-oh. The fuck? shit, that must have been our last fucking second of endurance from the Wiglif. Good job, Anne. Good job, Jill. Oh, your DS is gone as well. Nah, that was super unlucky. Let me go find Tilba for you. Anne had a DS play in mind, though. Gamers, what are you guys cooking up here this Monday? What, Monday evening? See, this is why I have you guys. I don't even know which day it is, and I'm playing DVD. And y'all are so cracked. Oh no! That's gonna be Anne's adrenaline. Yeah. Sorry, Anne. Lol. Dead art. Jill knows about dead art. Did you guys know? He knows about all the dead arts. The deadest of hearts. Oh, this is a shitty palette. You're so fast, Jill, with the MFT. Point safe. Oh, you're so brave, Anne. They're cutting you off? No, I can't. Oh. Oh. I mean, he's first hook, honestly. As long as you don't die basement. We'll come get you, Toba. Jack spots. Uh-oh. No, the dead art failed. Shit, it's not a stack though, it's not a stack. Oh my god. had to try. I had to try. Jill, get out! GG's. Wait, you don't have MFT? You just hug better. Jill, you were zooming. You saved you, of course. It's about time. It's about time I save you. You always save my ass. Look at your builds. DS Dead Art Resi plot twist. Nah, they were mad as fuck. Look at Toba with the points. GG. Nah, you were so brave. You were so brave. Alright, we got to 5 mil. Let me put my points in. I think we need another game. Because we're just under P50. What a grind it has been today. 7 BPS. Love to see it. Nah. Such a good team. Yes, the DS play was good. Cooking. Comp group. Check spots on Shaq. Toba, I'm impressed. I'm like, okay, I'm taking notes. Let me make some quick notes. I saw that. Yes, your DS play was insane. Wait, I'm not playing Dwight. I'm playing Jonah. Yeah, you were cooking her. We all saw it. Okay, LG gamers, LG. Nah, this has been so good, honestly. Yeah, cooking. It's a good team. Oh yeah, the adrenaline your plot twist. I was like, wait. You just plot twisted and we're finishing the last gen. Why did we say one more? Myers, yeah, we should have hopped off, gamers, honestly. Yeah, he's here. Where are we go? Like, what are we doing, gamer? It's GG's. Like, we can do the gen. I don't know. I didn't know where he was. I almost died to that. Whoa, lag on my skill check. Hello? Can you vault this from this side? No. Unlucky. Oh, yo, the Bam Bam. Oh, hey, yo, the Myers. I don't think Anne knew that he was there, honestly. Hi, Jess. How are you? Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How is the partner grind going? Any news? Wait, where is that other gen? I have no idea. How is your week going? Are you playing a lot of DVD? Happy hump day indeed. How are you? I'm great. I'm great, thank you. We just got our 10th prestige of the day. We are on last game. But it's been a really good day of grinding. And I have to go to work tomorrow, and then Friday morning I'm flying to Glasgow for HorrorCon. You have all of your days that you need. I'm just waiting for the partner application to unlock once all days roll in. Okay, yeah, of course. You actually have a couple extra days. You're excited and optimistic? Oh, that is exciting. Oh, shit. That is exciting. I'm excited for you. It's amazing to see how much support you've been getting, and how well your streams and you're being received within the communities and stuff. That's really cool. That's cool if you're able to do some sightseeing. Yeah, maybe on Friday. It's gonna be a very short visit, and we'll have the con the entire Saturday. And Sunday morning I fly back home early because I have tickets to go to a show on Sunday, and I have a tourney at 6 p.m. So I'm flying back Sunday early morning. 7 was almost done. Yeah. Toba went on that. 70 now. Was it Surge? Yeah, I think you said something like that. Is he coming for my ass? No. It's honestly been so heartwarming. I've had some tough weird experiences, so I'm grateful for all the amazing people rooting for me. Yes. That's so cool. One thing you're going to do is to be an attorney. Of course! Of course! Busy, busy. Yes, but like... There's just so much stuff that I want to do, you guys. There's so many things that I like. I just want to say yes to everything. Does he get greedy? Mori. Nope. No, he did not get greedy, in fact. Hi! Do you think you'd do a rivals tourney? So I registered for the one. Did you see the one that was, Did you see the one that was advertised in the Women's Guild? I applied. Like, I don't play comp. You had to give your rank, right? You had to give your rank. You are like highest rank. Yeah, that sucks. And I'm like, what is your current rank? Bronze. What's your highest rank? Silver. Because I don't play comp, right? I just play quick play. Oh my god, Jill, you're a demon. You're gonna die for that, you know? He's gonna mori you. And I'm like, what chance am I gonna have to all these, like, amazing gamers that are gonna be like, Grandmaster this, and like, Champion that. And I'm like, hello! I also played Marvel Rivals for like 200 hours. DS Gaming! He didn't know, Toba. He didn't know. You're a genius. Yeah, he's coming back to this gen. He doesn't know. He doesn't know where you are. That's crazy. Yeah, I played a Marvel Rivals tourney once, and it was such a good time, honestly. Just as long as people know what they're doing. I'm a healer. I stand in the back and I heal. That's what I'm good at. That's what I do. Just, you know, keep the divers away from me. And I can play comp. So yeah, there was a tourney in the Women's Guild Discord. So I applied. I was like, fuck it. We'll see. Maybe they're like, hey, we mix it up. We put some Grandmasters in and we put some silver no comp people in. I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in doing Rivals tourneys. God, I just want to say no and stay home. Oh, I want to say yes to everything. You, Giliostar, how are you dodging this man? Hey yo, GG! That's a 3-man out. I didn't even realize. Nice, gamers, well done. Thank you so much for gaming with me today. Such good points. Again, thank you. You guys are amazing. 335,000. Insanity. Thank you, thank you. You got to gold 1 on the Rivals? That's pretty good. That's why I'm glad you still apply. You never know. Yeah, maybe they'll put people together and be like, you know, it's got to be an all-round kind of situation. W team. No, Jill, thank you. And Soba, thank you for hopping in. Lucky, thank you for hopping in. And of course, my friend Chloe for duoing with me today earlier. It's been an absolute pleasure. Let me spend these points. I should have enough, right? And otherwise, I'll have to get it another time. Oh, what are we, like 20,000? We're 5,000 off of the. I mean, we'll think, we'll pretend it's the it's P50. I've got it. Almost there. I'm not playing another game. I'm tired. It's been a long day, almost 7 hours. W team indeed, Paigey. W team indeed. Kaneki P63. Let's go, Jill. That's been a good grind as well. We're gonna go raid out. And we're gonna go say hi to our jellyfishy. She's playing DBD. She's a Survivor. She's a crack gamer. Wonderful person. We're gonna go say hi. Please join me in saying hi. Copy this raid message. Spam it in our chats. Thanks everyone for hanging out today, chatting, chilling, lurking, gaming. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you everyone for the follows. Thank you for the stream streaks. And thank you so much for the raids. Laura, thank you so much for the raids. Thank you for the clips. It's been a good one. I'll be posting pictures of HodorCon for this weekend on the Discord and on Twitter if you want to see any of that. Other than that, I will share with you the link where you can find the tourney I'm playing Sunday 6 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. UK. Streamed at Siren PhD. I'll share the link. I hope to see you there to cheer me on. It's Team Netherlands against Eastern Europe. And then back to regular stream on Monday. So have an amazing rest of your day. Take care. And I'll see you soon. Bye.
We sweat for